Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Welcome to the gym. Hopefully you're having a busted start to your day. Thank you, Birdkeeper Matthew, for that sub. And thank you guys all for tuning in. Hopefully you're ready for some Pokemon trading card game action, because that's what we got on the agenda today. That's what we got going on. Yeah. Cool. So let's get right to it. I am working on a Dracovish deck for Gym Leader Challenge. I would love to, just continue to stop my opponents from evolving their Pokemon. Thank you so much, Connor, for the sub in the 28 months. Hopefully you're doing well, Connor. Appreciate you. Prince Boy, you're always welcome to ask questions. I can't promise I will answer, but you can go ahead and shoot your shot. And we'll see what it do. I also, I feel like I have enough games for a Deoxys V-Star video, so I'm kind of looking at that as a potential option as well. I just want to build a deck that gets Dracovish into play. Is that too much to ask? What's a good in-game themed grass deck? I do not know the answer to that question, but you're welcome to poll chat and see if they know. Pokemon Breeder, how do we get Dracovish into play quickly? This is what I need to know. I need to get this dude out and into the active spot to make it so that my opponents cannot evolve their Pokemon. That is the goal. Dracovish has 150 hit points. That's pretty crazy. Probably going to want to play like Trainer's Mail. Yeah, that's busted. Some tool cards like Muscle Band. Yeah, that's busted right there. Like Pod Helmet. Yeah, that's busted for sure. Mallow and Lana to heal it if it takes any damage. Oh yeah, Wally. To do it turn one, bro. Seymour Biscuits. Yo, hopefully you're doing well, Seymour. I'm sorry to hear that. Nice to hear from you. You can always Archie's ace in the hole. That's true. You can. Let's see. The most important thing. Yeah, if you can get rare fossil, Boost probably a terrible idea, right? Oh no, Boost kind of sick, bro. We're gonna get Boost. Yeah, Boost, bro. X Transceiver. Flip a coin if head, search your deck for a supporter card. There is a Relicanth. I already got the Relicanth. It just gets a rare fossil to the bench, which is like not the worst thing in the world. Okay. So we don't have to... We don't like have to play your your typical rain dancers, right? Like we could just go none of that. Oh wait, no, I need the Dracovish. None of that. Yeah. Put the Dracovish back in. Oh yeah, dude. Just turbo and tell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. just Inteleon with Dracovish. We take out the Lapras. It's just Dracovish Inteleon. That's... Yeah, we want to get Relicanth into the active spot. Yeah, that's a beautiful deck right there. We got 10 Pokemon in the deck. And Rare Fossil. We'll probably need Town Map in here. You're going to want Twin Energy. You're going to want Double Colorless Energy. Oh, yeah. Cards like Raihan or, yeah. Raihan and Aqua Patch are your dudes there. What other water Pokemon are there? Slowbro? That's sick. Yeah, bro. We could actually play Slowbro in here. All right, I'm into it. What's the optimal Slowpoke? This one. Definitely. Okay, because it can use double turbo energies too. All right, any other water Pokemon? You could play both Slowbro and Slowking. What's Slowking do? Royal Flash? Memory Melt? Yo, Memory Melt is nuts. Water control deck with Memory Melts. That'd be pretty gnarly for sure. Let's see what we got going on here. I love looking through all the different Pokemon cards and trying to think of a fun strategy. Item Lock Cryogonal. Now we're talking. Yeah, Frozen Lock. Definitely, dude. Definitely. See, that's a good... I still have Frostmoth. Oh, yeah, get that thing out of there for sure. We don't want that. None of that. What is and none of these guys are any good, right? Aracuda. You might as well play... You might as well play Basculin and Basculegion, right? Basculegion is like a nice one energy attacker. Yeah, that's cool. I'm back to 62 cards in the deck, but that's okay. Yeah, he's cool because that's a one energy attacker, right? That's nice. It's kind of like, you know, if your guy happens to go down, you can respond. So that's pretty dope. Ice Shield? That's kind of sick, dude. It's like a built-in helmet for your guy. But then Amora evolves from unidentified fossil. Still like a cool thing, but yeah, probably too difficult to get into play to be worth it. $20 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon for each damage counter on that Pokemon. Alright, so he like finishes dudes off. That's cool, that's cool. Blastoise, obviously pretty dope. You could do the melodic that blows itself up. You know, everybody's favorite Pokemon, Melodic. He's kind of sweet. I do like the Greninja. I think Greninja is super cool. The one that your opponent has to flip in order to do anything to it. That's pretty neato. Ice Cube. If it's at full HP, it takes 60 less damage from your opponent's attacks. That's kind of crazy, bro. But he only does like 70 damage. So it's not the most. You got Diving Draw, Dignified Fighter, Empoleon. 20 damage for each benched Pokemon. That's so nuts. You could do 200 damage for 2 energy right there. That's pretty poggers. And then this one's sick too. This Empoleon. Yo, you can emergency surfacing. Yeah, Empoleon's kind of sick with it, honestly. He kind of goes hard. You got the Oceanic Accompaniment guys. Yeah, I kind of like, because this guy's cool, right? Reminds me of Golbat from Phantom Forces. Just places 2 damage counters when you evolve. And then evolves it. You could evolve into Detective Pikachu Greninja, which has to be, your opponent has to flip a coin in order, or you have to flip a coin every time you get attacked. And then if heads, you prevent the damage, just like everybody's favorite Pokemon. Dragapult. We've got this Greninja as well, Shadow Stitching. Shadow Stitching Greninja. No abilities. That's kind of cool. But by the time you start Shadow Stitching, it's probably too late to do that. This Greninja, though, is sick. 140 hit points. Can spread damage on a coin flip. That's pretty cool. If we lead Dracovish and then move into Shadow Stitching. But we're only doing 40 damage at a time, though. That's like another concern that I have. Is like you're not putting on enough pressure with Shadow Stitching. Kingdra, bro. This Kingdra is so sick, dude. All right, what if we made the Kingdra work? Yeah, that Kingdra is so gnarly, man. You got Kingdra, and then you got... I'm running out of space for sure. I'm only on the L's, man. There's a lot more Pokemon to look at. This is crazy. Kingdra also doesn't need like a lot of energy in order to attack, so that's like good for it. The melodics are all kind of broken. I even like this melodic's even nuts. Just getting a card back from your discard pile can allow you to really disrupt your opponent's strategy. I really like that melodic. I think that's just a cool card. For sure. That card, fun fact, this guy was played in Night March for a little while. After Dimension Valley rotated out of Standard. Because you needed a way to get double colorless energy back from the discard pile. So that was like your primary way of doing that, which is pretty sick. Doesn't like one of the Primplups do like 100 snipe damage? Isn't that just ridiculous? Yeah, bro. 100 damage to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. That's so nuts. And then the Empoleon can copy it for just 1 energy. right? God, that's so cool. You could very easily make like a water spread deck too, you know, that uses stuff like that. But I don't think we're trying to go water spread with this one, so I'm going to try and contain myself. It's difficult, though. And then there's this one, 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each water energy attached to this Pokemon. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit the Kingdra line in this deck. Isn't there like a really cool Isn't there a really cool... There's like a Cloyster, isn't there? I think there's a cool Cloyster. There's probably a cool Cloyster. Home run Slowbro? Dude, no, man. I've made a video with home run Slowbro in it, and it's not worth it, man. It's really not worth it. That card is not good. It's an easy way to lose some games right there. All right, we're almost at the end. Wishy-washies, whoopers. Okay. Isn't there like a cool Cloyster? Yeah, 60, 30 to 2. That's neat. If you're building the spread deck, that makes sense. But all right, let's take a look at like what we're actually doing over here. So we're trying to get Dracovish out into play. Slowbro can take 2 prize cards at the end of the game. And I actually like playing... All right, if you play the Energy Grace Melodic, then you could blow up the Melodic, force your opponent to 1 prize, and Twilight Inspiration for game, right? Which is kind of filthy. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. But I don't know if we're going to play foul ball like that. Also, I don't have different types of energy that I like want to accelerate into play or any target for them. So, yeah, that's not really the direction that we're going with this deck. So, I think instead we're just going to try and go the Turbo Dracovish. Yeah, we're trying to go Turbo Dracovish. So, we're going to focus our energy in on that. Right, Basculin, Basculegion are good. Relicanth is good. So we need more switch cards to allow us to get in and out of the active spot early. As it is right now, we probably just have, the floater, right? We're probably also going to want Air Balloon. Let's see, what trainers have Fossil in them? The excavation map only gets unidentified fossil back from the discard pile, not rare fossil. Which is, man, that's cringe. Fossil researcher goes and gets a Mara straight onto the bench. That's crazy, bro. Unidentified fossil. Yeah, cool. We could Archie. If we decide we want to Archie something into play, we certainly could Archie. I'm not opposed to Archies. You know me. Definitely not. Splash energy. Yeah, that's pretty good. It can get your Intellion line back should you find yourself attacking with Intellion, which you definitely will. We probably also want Town Map. And acro bike, and trekking shoes. Yeah, now our deck is like super fast. Look at how speedy our deck is. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, so we're going to have to trim the fat a little bit. Probably not playing the slow bro as cool as he is. We want Aquapatch is pretty good. Alolan Vulpix is pretty good. Basculin's pretty good. Cryogonal's pretty good. Relicanth can just go get the rare fossil and put it straight onto your bench. It's pretty good. But you have to open it. Right. Manaphy's pretty good. We'll keep. Honestly, what do we need Manaphy for, bro? Just don't lose to spread decks. Yeah, man, we don't need no Manaphy. Yeah. We don't need that for sure. Definitely not. And then I do like potential greens. Greens is just so good. Hold on, I'm about to kill it. Got him, dude. Yeah, you see that little gnat there? Sorry. Yeah, you didn't make it. Yeah, teach you to fly in my studio. Yeah, sorry, buddy. You're dead. I got some hand sand over here. Hold on. I know. I got a little bottle of... All right, here we go. Okay. Yeah, that dude needed taken care of for sure. Boost Shake, that can't possibly be good, right? No, we're gonna remove the Boost Shake. That has to be bad. Unless... All right, the Boost Shake is Poggers, though. Okay, because imagine I get greens turn 1. All right, imagine I get greens exploration, right? This is sick. All right, so you can greens for the fossil and the Boost Shake, and then you retreat into the fossil, and then you Boost Shake. And you Boost Shake into Draco. Yeah, bro. You see the combos? Now we're cooking, dude. You're never gonna need teammates because your Pokemon are never getting knocked out. I'll keep Raihan though, that's fine. Bridget, you don't even want Bridget. You don't even want Ball Guy, and yeah, you don't want any of those really. Because they don't help you to get your Drizzile for greens. Yeah. See, you guys are with it now. We've got the Trainer's Mail, the Town Map, the Order Pad, the Ultra Ball. We probably want, like, Gladian in here. Like, just good old-fashioned Gladian. Just go get your dude out of the deck. We've got Chaotic Smell in here right now. Yeah, Gear is good. We definitely want Gear too, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's Poggers. And then you can't Town Map and Gladian. Then we'll cut Town Map. We'll just play Gladian. Nobody plays Random Receiver? Random Receiver is kind of sick. If you just have good supporters. Juniper, Raihan, Tate and Liza, and Marnie. Nessa, we don't even need... All right, we don't have like any recovery. What's our recovery? We got Ordinary Rod. Do I still have Rescue Stretcher in here? I don't think so. We got Bucket. Do I have Letter in here? I don't need Bucket and Letter, that's for sure. And then I might not even need, but I'll keep the Bucket. Or actually, Letter is better than Bucket, so I'll keep Letter. Yeah, that's cool. I feel like I want one more like Pokemon fella in the deck. Crash or Wake. Yeah, Crash or Wake. I don't have a lot of water in here, or else I'd think about it. Ness is probably fine. Just is like a recovery card. Oh yeah, dude, we're turboed out. What about random receiver? Yeah, what about random receiver? I get down with random receiver. What about Tormenting Spray? Thank you, Yoshi, for that gifted sub. Irida. Now that's a good card. We actually do want Irida, yes. Now let's think about, we want Hisuian Heavy Ball's good, Level Ball's good, Nest Ball's good, Quick Ball's good, Timer Ball's good, Ultra Ball's good, Evo Soda, Evolution Incense, those cards are good. We got Mallow and Lana in case one of our guys gets hit. That's fine. Pod Helmet, Muscle Band, Floatstone, Air Balloon. All right. Gladian, Guzma, Mallow and Lana, Marnie, N, Culverus, Avery. Avery's probably fine, yeah. And then, let's look at all the potion cards. You got Hyper Potion. You got Last Chance Potion. Yo, what about Last Chance Potion? Rough Seas. Lusamine. Get the swell out of here. Oh, Lake Acuity. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'm into that for sure. Muscle Band, Pod Helmet. Last Chance Potion heals 120 if it's got 30 HP or less remaining. And it's like, I would say that that's a total meme, but Dracovish has 150 hit points. And, a lot of Pokemon do, like... You guys want to Archie's Auroras into play? All right, what about Archie's? Yeah, what about Archie's? All right. So if we're thinking about Archie's, that's a little bit of a meme. We don't have a lot of ways to discard cards from our hand. Auroras. You've got Amara. Dang, Amara's not very good. Kingdra's cool. I'm already at 70 cards, man. I'm at 70 cards. You guys keep wanting to add Pokemon to the deck. But I'm at 70 cards. Cut the DCEs. No, I'm trying to attack, brother. Like, quickly. We don't need the rare candy anymore. That's for sure. I think we might not even want this Relic. I'm a little bit soft on the Relicanth. The last chance potion's definitely a meme. You'd rather just Mallow and Lana. And you can Lucamine for the Mallow and Lana back. You can Verseeker for the Mallow and Lana back. That's all fine. We got Archies in here, but no room for it. The Scoop Up Net. What about the Scoop Up Net? Scoop Up Net's an okay card. It's a switch card. It's a heal card. Does stuff. Do we need it? Probably not. Do we need the Rod? No, because you probably want the Rod. All right, but you probably don't need the Nessa. And then, all right, we got Vulpix and Basculin, Cryogonal, Sobble, Relicanth, Booshake. Net can allow you to shitty dealing sweat. I like the net. You're right. Okay, net. I think we're cutting the Archies. That's too much of a meme. Yes. We got to pick our meme lane, right? Lucamine, Arita, Trainer's Mail. We want the stuff in here to dig for the quick Dracovish. That's like what we're going for, right? It's like the whole idea. Is the Booshake really going to happen? All right, hear me out. Turn 1, Green's Exploration. Or turn 1, Irida. You just retreat and Booshake your guy into Dracovish. That's it. Turn 1. It's like the turn 1 Wally. No, I'm not cutting it. If you get turn 1 Greens, you just go get Fossil Booshake and do it. That's a content machine right there. Yeah, you turn 1 Greens. Yeah, and I'm getting the dream start. What's the point? That's what we're here for. 0 chance man. All right. Okay. All right. Sure. I hear you guys. Loud and clear. Sounds like I got a lot of haters in the chat. We got Inteleon, Dracovish. I'm not exactly sure that we need the Aqua Patch. Like, we already got Raihan. And everybody else just takes 1 energy, so I'm not exactly sure that we need that. Scoop Up Net's good. Trainer's Mail. The Stadiums are good. Avery is good. Ultra Ball's good. I'm like 1, 2, 7, 8 energy. Yeah, we probably don't want to go any lower than that, really. Tantalizer, Raihan, Juniper. Floatstone, Air Balloon. It's good cards, good cards. We don't have any, like... What are our best supporters to get turn 1? Greens, Irida. Those are our 2. Are there any other good turn 1 supporters for this deck? It's like we just want greens, right? That's it. Yeah, we're definitely running the transceiver. Skyla. Probably not going to do it for us. I'm not convinced that I want this Relicanth in here. The Relicanth is starting to feel kind of weak. We probably don't need... Yeah, you're probably right that we don't need... We don't need the Evo Soda. We'll cut that. Because Evo Soda doesn't even trigger Drizzile or Inteleon. So I'm okay with cutting that. And then... Peony. Peony can get it turn 1 because you get 2 trainer cards. But you have to discard your hand, which is quite bad. All right, we're down to 61 cards. This is pretty good. Ultra Ball's good for Octillery. Basculegia. We already cut the Nessa, which is kind of crazy, but that's fine. And then everything else is cool, man. Ultra Ball, we could cut Letter, but Letter's good with greens. We could cut the Order Pad or Cramomatic. Muscle Band is good as it allows you to hit more than 120 damage, which is something that your deck probably wants to do. Also, Muscle Band is very good on Cryogonal to allow it to do more than 10 damage, which is also pretty good. We could cut the Air Balloon, but honestly, getting the Dracovish into the active turn 1 is just like really busted, so we probably don't want to do that. The Timer Ball can probably go. What? And then we're left with Dive Ball, Evo Incense, and Ultra Ball are our 3 evolution searchers, and Boo Shake, technically. I don't know, man. Yeah, that's just cracked right there for sure. All right, here we go. Turbo Dracovish. Okay. What do you guys think about my Turbo Dracovish deck? Is it going to be sick? Who's trying to play? This is a content farm deck for sure. Oh, nice. We got Yoshi and Trevor. Fantastic. And I have Dia. Yeah, this is going to be wonderful. Let's do it. Just imagine the thumbnail. Excellent. Thank you guys for being willing to play. Good stuff. Let's go. This is going to be fun. I've been thinking about this deck all week. Shubham. Cool. Great. Yeah, I've been thinking about it all week. Understandable, unsafe. This is going to be a good one to predict on. What the heck? My opening hand is not like... Not just the turn 1 Dracovish? What do you mean? Well... Letter. Let's get a couple of water energies. Dracovish is in the deck. And my Fossil's in the deck. Okay. It's fine. Heavy Ball. We got no basics in there. That's cool. Trekking shoes. Don't want that. Gladian. Pass. That's fine. Yeah, these are not the most exciting 7 cards. Did I have something cool in my prizes? I'm pretty sure I did not, right? Yeah. Okay, so not like the, you know, not the most exhilarating turn 1. Maybe I'm not getting the turn 1, turn 2 Dracovish here. Greens was there. But I have to Gladian for the greens, and then by then Yoshi will have his entire board set up, so. That's not good. We got to have the Dracovish in play, like, now. I'm going to need to just purely Tate and Liza into Boo Shake. Yeah, I'm going to Tate and Liza into Boo Shake and the Fossil. That's just what I need to do. This was not that. I might mess around and hug eventually, though. See if I can find a... No. Now, this isn't great. It's not exactly where you want to be here. All right, Yoshi, I'm going second, bro. Yeah, try it one more time. One more time. Yeah, it's going to be busted. Come on. That was poor variance for sure. You guys ain't even getting your points for that one. That was just bad variance. It's going to be busted this time. It's going to work perfectly. Do you see what I'm saying? I told y'all it was bad variance. All right. I'm going second against Yoshi's grass deck with my Turbo Dracovish deck, and I have got an incredible opening hand with Rare Fossil and Irida. I can use Irida to go search out Boo Shake and a water type Pokemon. We're going to get Remoraid. And then I can bench Remoraid, Float Stone, retreat into Rare Fossil and Boo Shake for the turn 1 Primal Law, baby. Let's go. And now that Dracovish is in the active spots, Yoshi cannot play any evolution Pokemon from his hand to evolve his Pokemon. This is a glorious... No, stop. Cut that out, bro. What the heck? This is crazy. Hey, now. Hey. They weren't supposed to do that. That is not what we signed up for. But it's okay, because Yoshi may have used boss's orders to get the Dracovish out of the active for just one turn, but he can only evolve one Pokemon. He just had the Roselia down, so now has to use Parfum in order to go get one card out of his deck and put it into his hand. He could get Gloria or Bridget or something like that and maybe start to set up his board. But the Dracovish is coming, all right? It's coming right back out. And Yoshi's going to have to deal with the Dracovish the entire game. We've got Air Balloon, and I do not plan on allowing that hand to stick. Why would you trust that hand? Yeah, definitely not, right? So we'll go Pot Helmet and Marnie. Yeah, you Luparfum for a card. Definitely not. And then we're going to retreat into Dracovish and pass. And then next turn, I will hammer in for game if Yoshi does not bench another Pokemon. So we're feeling pretty good about this. Turbo Dracovish with the Pot Helmet taking minus 30 damage from attacks. I'm really not trying to get paralyzed here, so hopefully Yoshi flips a tails. That's great. And 0 damage because of my Pot Helmets. And with Lake Acuity, I'm taking minus 50 damage. hammer in for the knockout. Dracovish takes the dub. Let's go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Yes. Yes, the turbo fish. Yes, yes, yes. All right. All right, Yoshi, I'll give you one more. Sure. Oh, no. I'll let game 3 be the prediction. All right, I got to get the turn 1. Come on. That's a pretty good hand, actually. So I'm okay with this. Yeah. Cool. Still like a nice disruptive hand. I'm okay with it. Yoshi, of course, starts the Shaman. So he's going to be able to get 3 cards from his deck and put them into his hand. That's pretty busted. Good to bench Remoraid, attach Water Energy to Cryogonal, and I'll even put the Floatstone down and then pass it on over to Yoshi and see what he's got going on. I would like to maybe use Pokegear if I can find greens. I could go get the lock, but I do know that Yoshi can use Encouraging Gift to go get whatever cards he wants to get him out of the lock. So I think I'm better off disrupting Yoshi's hand and maybe going with Cryogonal to just item lock. Yoshi has turn 1 Gladion, so Gladion's the supporter for turn. Yoshi can get whatever card he wants out of his prizes. But Yoshi might not be able to get a really strong bench this turn. We'll see what Pokemon Yoshi decides to get onto his bench. You know, usually you want to start off with like Gloria or Bridget or something. But it looks like Bulbasaur is going to be the choice. And then we'll see if he's got the energy for the Encouraging Gift. And it looks like no. So switching into Bulbasaur, unfortunately, and no energy, so doesn't get to use Encouraging Gift. Okay, so now I actually don't really want to end. We'll Pokegear, and we find Juniper. So this is interesting. I think I don't want to give Yoshi 4 new cards. We just go for the Juniper, and I can attach... I don't even really want to attach that energy. We'll put the Lake Acuity into play and Juniper and just draw 7 new cards. And I like what I see here. We can go for the Cram-O-Matic. I think that I want to Cram-O-Matic away the... maybe the Scoop Up Net. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah. Yes! And we get our fossil. And then we want to make sure that the Dracovish is... okay, the Dracovish is prized. So that is worth noting, but we can go get it with Gladion if we want to. So it's important that we have access to that. So we're going to do that. We're going to quick ball away the Alolan Vulpix and go get Sobble, which can evolve into Drizzile. And then Drizzile can eventually go get us Gladion. So we're going to try and disrupt Yoshi's board by using Frozen Lock. And hopefully make it so that Yoshi cannot do too much by limiting it so that Yoshi cannot play item cards from his hand. Frozen Lock is a very disruptive card, Boss's Orders, will bring up Remoraid, and I'm thinking that I'm just in for another research here, honestly. Research. I could Irida for the guaranteed water energy. That's like probably fine. It just guarantees it. So let's Irida. We can go get Professor's Letter or Air Balloon if it's in here. Looks like we don't have Air Balloon, so we can get Professor's Letter to retreat. And then the water Pokemon, we can get Octillery. And we might want to get Drizzile, though, and then Drizzile for... Yeah, that's cool. And then next turn, we will Drizzile for the Gladion so that we can go get the Dracovish. So we're going to retreat the Remoraid into Cryogonal, and can actually Shady Dealings and then just go get the cards I need for Inteleon. So we'll go get Evolution Incense, and then next turn I'll Inteleon, and I can set up like more stuff once I have Inteleon online. So I'm liking that. Thank you, Creo, for the sub and the 20 months. Appreciate you, Creo. Thank you. Yoshi does finally find a Grass Energy. Really, I'm sure he wished he had that Grass Energy turn 1 so he could use Encouraging Gift. I'm loving this Cryogonal, though. This thing is super disruptive. Item lock, just so easy, right? It only does 10 damage, so it's definitely balanced. You give your opponent a lot of time, but you're trying to set up something gnarly while disrupting your opponent. They've got Roserade in their hand now, so they can go get whatever they want. So let's Acrobike. And then we've got Trekking Shoes and Order Pad. I'm thinking that I'll take Order Pad. I'll take Trekking Shoes. I'll take Order Pad for the content. Let's go. Order Pad, brother. Do it. Dang it. All right. Random Receiver. Marnie. That's the card I wanted. Cool. I could just Marnie, but actually, no, I really want to go get... It's fine. There's not too much that Yoshi can do under item lock, so I think I'm okay to Evolution Incense for Inteleon, and then we're going to Shady Dealings and go get Gladion, right? Gladion and I think Muscle Band just to like speed things up with the whole item locking situation, right? And then we want to play Gladion this turn and go get the Dracovish, evolve into Dracovish, and attach this energy to Dracovish. And then I'll Frozen Lock one more time, and then I'm not going to commit the Muscle Band unless I'm taking a knockout. Now, I could have just retreated into the Dracovish. That might have been worth doing to prevent this Leparfum from happening, but Yoshi doesn't have like... Yoshi doesn't have like a lot going on right now. So I'm not totally scared of evolutions. I think the Dracovish is just coming out next turn. And that's when we're really going to start to, put the pressure on. Dracovish and Cryogonal are just such a gnarly combo. Item lock or evolution lock, right? Like you're either dealing with this or you're dealing with this. And then Inteleon's also just like a nice attacker, which does 120 damage and 20 damage spread. So I really like Inteleon too. I mean, Inteleon just will be... And what's hilarious, this card is obviously very, very good in standard format, but as a 1-1 line and 1-1-1 line in Gym Leader Challenge, it's still very, very good. Like, this card will be forever good in Gym Leader Challenge. Now, Yoshi's got his whole board set up, right? And I don't necessarily want to Avery because Avery will just allow the Roserade and the Shaman to get removed, so I don't necessarily want to do that. And Yoshi's going to go get Grottle. So I'm thinking Colress is pretty good. Let's put the Muscle Band onto Dracovish and Colress. And we did find the double colorless energy, which is exactly what I wanted. And then we can dive ball for the Octillery. Put that down. I can nest ball for my Basculin. And now we've got a pretty strong board state, I have to say. We can Ultra Ball away the Level Ball and the greens. And all of my dudes are in play now. Abyssal Hand for 3. It's a pretty strong board we've got. And now it is time to hammer in. So we're doing 140 damage with our Dracovish. We are taking 20 less damage with the Lake Acuity online. There's a couple of things that Yoshi can do to get around Dracovish right now. Yoshi could use Boss's Orders or Guzma, which would switch one of my bench Pokemon with the active and then allow Yoshi to evolve. But I suspect that with Leparfum, Yoshi went and got, the Gloria that we saw get played. So I'm thinking that that's what's happening. Hex Maniac can also allow Yoshi to evolve. It looks like Yoshi does have Versus Seeker for Boss's Orders, so we'll be able to get around the Dracovish for a turn, bringing up Octillery so that then he can use Grottle, Sundrenched Shell, maybe get, the Grovyle, right, and then Sundrenched Shell, and then go get something else. So that is a lot of evolutions getting into play, but again, I'm going to break that lock again, and the Thwacky, or I'm going to reinstate the lock again with Dracovish next turn. So that's one turn of evolving. A lot of decks want more than one turn of evolving, though, right? So we've got that dialed out. The Mallow and Lana will allow me to get that Octillery back to the bench. So let's look at Trainer's Mail. We've got Verseeker, and Guzma is even better, actually. Like, Guzma is just the card we want. So we are going to Guzma up the Thwacky, attach the Water Energy to Inteleon, Pot Helmet to the Inteleon, and Abyssal Hand for 1. And we can hammer in for 140 damage. So no shenanigans here. Find Boo Shake off the prizes. The one thing that could go wrong, I guess, is if the Torterra makes its way into play. But I think that we're okay since the Torterra can't evolve with Dracovish active. Yoshi would have to have another Gust card to break the lock again, or Hex Maniac. And if Yoshi uses Hex Maniac, that means he can't use Raihan to power up the Torterra. So I've got another turn. The reason that we want to deal with the Thwacky instead of the Grottle is because the Thwacky can evolve into Rillaboom, which then makes it so that all of Yoshi's Pokemon can attack. So Thwacky is like the big problem, right? Whereas if Yoshi is able to use Hex Maniac and evolve into Torterra, then I just have to deal with Torterra because Torterra is not powering up any other Pokemon. Whereas Rillaboom can power up, once Rillaboom gets into play, Rillaboom can power up basic Pokemon like Shining Genesect or Zarude. So that's the one Pokemon Yoshi really wants to get into play, is the Rillaboom. And that's the one Pokemon that I really want to make it so that Yoshi never gets into play. So that's what we're doing. Yoshi's got teammates, so that is a little bit sus because now I know that Yoshi can go get the Hex Maniac or something, right? So teammates allows Yoshi to get any 2 cards from his deck and put them into his hand if one of his Pokemon was knocked out last turn, which it was. So Yoshi will probably want to get some way to break the Dracovish lock. Evo Soda is a way. That's true. I forgot about that. Evo Soda can also break the Primal Law lock, right? Because Primal Law just says that Pokemon can't be evolved from the hand, whereas Evo Soda allows you to evolve from the deck. Escape Rope would be another great option for getting around Dracovish if Yoshi has Escape Rope in the deck. So there is those couple of things to worry about. But I'm definitely feeling pretty strong about my Dracovish board state right now. I'm loving it. Grass Energy onto Grottle. And we'll see if Yoshi's got anything else. It's a pass, and that is phenomenal for me because I've got Lysander to bring up the Grottle, and this should just about shut this game down. That Grottle was the last hope for Yoshi, and there is the scoop. Turbo Dracovish! Let's go! Yes, it is broken. Like I said, the turbo fish, dude. Y'all were some haters. All right, Trevor, you're up. GG's, Yoshi. The turbo fish. I did get a turn 1 lock with the Boo Shake. Yes, game 2. I went second and got the turn 1 Dracovish. Yeah. All right, I won the coin flip. We're going to choose to go second. We're playing against Trevor's colorless deck. Why? Why can't I just start the fossil, bro? Let me start the fossil, man. We've got the greens, baby. We've got the greens. But I've got no way to retreat. Oh, I need an energy so bad. Come on, man. I need an energy off the top. All right, I'm playing my Turbo Dracovish deck against Trevor's colorless deck. He's just got Pidgey Pass. I've got the turn 1 Greens Exploration, which is really good because I can go get my fossil, hopefully, yes. And let's see if Dracovish is in the deck. Dracovish is prized. So that's fine because I can get the fossil and the Gladian. And what we're going to do is we're going to go get turn 2 Gladian to go get my fella. So we're going to put the fossil into play, Remoraid down, and then turn 1, gather the crew to go get Sobble and Cryogonal. And then next turn, I can Gladian to go get my fish out of the prizes. But I do need an energy or some way to retreat the Hisuian Basculin to my fish. So I'm really hoping for a quality top deck. That would be fantastic. I would love to instate the evolution lock turn 2, especially since Trevor was not able to get many basics into play turn 1 going first. And you can see why a lot of decks choose to go second in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's because the format is slower, so you get a lot of value out of supporter cards like Gloria or Green's Exploration. Now, I do really need to worry about this Snorlax because the Snorlax can just do 180 damage. We find Scoop Up Nets, but I'm worried that Trevor will just retreat to knock out my guy with Snorlax. So now I have to contemplate my way forward. Am I going to, how are we going to do this? So we don't have any energy in our hand right now. Let's X transceiver. And we flip heads. That's so broken, bro. All right, so we're going to get Marnie. And I think what I'm doing is scoop up net, the Basculin, Cryogonal, and then item lock, and then I have to deal with the Snorlax is the problem. So I'm not exactly sure how we're doing that. Let's put the Muscle Band here and Marnie. That Snorlax is just really fat. Like real fat, bro. Trekking shoes. Yeah, I want that. Okay, we got the water energy here. And we can Ultra Ball away these to go get Drizzile. And then Shady Dealings. Yeah, to go get Evolution Incense or Dive Ball will do. Yeah, to go get Octillery, right? Which will be very good, so I can draw cards. Yeah, we want that. Cool. So we're going to Dive Ball, go get Octillery. And then Abyssal Hands. Okay. And then feeling pretty good about this, so let's Frozen Lock for 10. And we're trying to disrupt Trevor right now. So I felt like Marnie item lock was about as good as it gets for us. But dealing with the Snorlax is going to be a huge pain for me, right? We want to deal with the Snorlax, but it's not easy. So now we probably go Basculin, and I'm looking for Basculegion. We've got Gladiant. All right. Trainer's Mail. We find Order Pad or Versus Seeker. Versus Seeker could get me Marnie. Order Pad. I'm not sure that Order Pad can get me anything that helps right now. But let's try it. All right, Order Pad. No. Avery is also just a good card. So we could try Avery right now. But Gladian gets me the guy that I want. Let's Avery. Okay, we did not find what we wanted off of that, unfortunately. There's not really any way to thin my hand down. So, I think I'm getting punished here. I can go tackle for 10, though, so it's oddly relevant. And I kind of have to hope that Trevor is bricking a little bit. And then if I am able to find my Inteleon, I can knock out this Snorlax with Inteleon. But I also need to get my fish into play. There's a lot that needs to happen. This deck is tough because there's really powerful basic Pokemon. Really, this deck is tough to deal with because of Snorlax, right? So what I might need to play the Lost City in this deck. Because then I could potentially Lost Zone the Snorlax, which could help quite a bit. All right, so Trevor doesn't have anything, but flips up, but wakes up. Got a water energy. Huh. This is going to be really tough. I feel like the Gladian just doesn't really matter. Well, that is tough for sure. Let's do it. I mean, I kind of have to. I just don't have a lot of attackers in this deck. Like, right? And then we could go Twin Energy, and I can Abyssal Hand. And we get Letter, which I don't need, but I could tackle again. It's not phenomenal. This is a tough game for sure. I think the Snorlax is going to be kind of disastrous for us because of how aggressive that card is with just 2 energy doing 180 damage is so rough for us. And Trevor's got the whole board set up now. So let's see, what are my options? I can at least knock out the Snorlax, but then I have to deal with a Ditto, right? Because the Ditto is, like, good to go. All right, Trevor's hand's not great. I pretty much need to find... I guess I'm just... 120 damage is not a knockout on the Snorlax. But if I find the Inteleon, yeah, I have to go here. Okay. So we N. We have to attach here and N. And hope that Trevor's not able to find a switch card or something. We do find Inteleon. So when we find Pot Helmet, that's fine. Let's Acrobike. Take the Wash Energy. Or the Splash Energy, excuse me. And then we can do this. And there's no tools in play. We get the Lake Acuity. And I'll probably need Raihan if something bad happens. So we'll grab those. We'll slap the Lake Acuity into play, put the Pot Helmet on my guy, and hope for the best. Yeah, we're just going to hope he stays right here. Now, there are no Pokemon in the discard pile for the Dittoed copy yet, so it has to be Snorlax. Town map. Yeah, there's Pidgeotto is prized for sure. Bibarel might have been prized too, as I see that guy has not been evolved yet. I definitely want Lost City. Now that I'm kind of... Oh my gosh, I only need to do 200 damage. All right, Trevor. Yeah, show off, bro. Yeah, okay, bro. All right. You got me there. I don't think I can win this one. And the Snorlax is just not very good for my deck. No. This is quite sad. It's a lot of work for my deck to take out the Snorlax. Yeah, you got this, Trevor. All right, I can't beat the colorless deck. Let me try one more time going second, though. I think I might be able to beat the colorless deck. But I also need to put a Lost City in here for sure. I think the Rough Seas is trash. So let's play Lost City instead. That way I can get rid of the problem Pokemon. Yeah, that's good. Okay. try that again. Yeah, it would have been sweet to do that, but I didn't have any energy on my Intellion, so I could not do that. What happens when a fossil's code and Lost City's in play? It goes to the Lost Zone. Yeah, second. Let's go 2. Yeah, Aqua Patch did seem like it would be pretty good to have had a couple times there. So maybe we'll consider that. All right, I'm going second. Got a pretty decent opening hand. But no turn 1 Dracovish hand, you know. It's going to be Bidoof down for Trevor. And that's it. I've got Gladian. I'm feeling like this is like a Marnie angle, turn 1. Because I don't want to get rid of my Lost City yet. So let's quick ball away the Juniper and see what we're looking at. We've got Vulpix, Dracovish is in the deck, Fossils in the deck. Okay, Booshak's in the deck. So let's get Cryogonal. Potentially I could go for a turn 1 item lock if I find a switch. I don't need the Gladian. That's fine. Remoraid is prized, but I could get that with Hisuian Heavy Ball. So that's okay. Well, can I? Yes, I can. Cool. All right, so we're going to do that. Cryogonal. Go there. Marnie. And we find... Holy smokes. If I had gone... I could have potentially done it, bro. All right, let's order pad. Dang it. All right, and then we got to gather the crew. Yeah, we're going to gather the crew. We're going to go get these guys. That's fine. And then we'll play from here, unfortunately. If I had order pad heads, and if I had decided to attach to the Basculin, man. Could have been in there, bro. The turn 1 Dracovish. But it's fine. Could Lucamine next turn. There's the Snorlax, my worst enemy, that I need to remove from play because he's too strong. And it looks like Kangaskhan's getting an energy and pass, okay? We've got Ultra Ball, which is quite good. Avery is also good for us. We could just disrupt Trevor. So let's Avery. And force Trevor to discard a Pokemon. It's going to be Minchino. I definitely don't mind getting this Basculin to the bench. So let's Dive Ball and go get Drizzile. And we can Shady Dealings. Yeah. I could get the... I could just retreat into Fossil Booshake now, but I feel like that's not the play. The question is it best to just get the Dracovish into play right now? Probably not. At best, it's probably to item lock. So let's go get the rare fossil. And then we can retreat into Cryogonal. But I guess if he has a twin or something, he's just taking that knockout. That's fine. All right, Frozen Lock. Fine. 10 damage. Still good, because it adds up. So if it's like double turbo knockout, then I can go Shady Dealings Raihan, right? All right, so that's just going to be a rally back. So that's cool. And Trevor doesn't have a lot going on in the hand. So we can... It's not a Lusamine turn. We can Intellion. We want to go get energy, definitely. So we're going to do that. We want Letter. And we want... I feel like this could be... I haven't played a supporter card yet, so I could definitely just go get Marnie Avery with Lusamine this turn. That would be okay. And I could heavy ball for my little dude. Yeah, my little Remoraid in the prizes. Because I got Octillery out, so that's pretty good. We probably want to go get, yeah, a little Remoraid. So let's do that. We can Letter, go get a couple of water energies, heavy ball, go get little dude out of the prizes. Do that. Put that dude down. Put this down. And then I've got a pretty good hand. So I'm okay with just using Lusamine. Yeah, let's go get Avery and Marnie. It's pretty good. Cool. And then we're going to Frozen Lock. Keep it item locked. And then once Cryogonal goes down, unfortunately, Bibarel got into play. Lugia is here, and Lugia is definitely strong. Don't like dealing with that. Nope. Not at all. Definitely don't want any energy to make its way onto the Snorlax. It's going to make my life a lot more difficult. But it's fine. Avery next turn can also hurt, but I do have to find another double energy for my Dracovish. So it's going to be Giant Hearth and Tate and Liza, which is fine. Unfortunately, I mean, I could Transceiver for Raihan, right? That's like the... I could. It's certainly possible. The problem is, though, once the Snorlax just comes out, it's just doing so much damage, right? We're going to send up this guy. Let's see if we can find the Raihan. We can, so that's pretty nuts. Guess we're playing Raihan. Yep. So I can go Raihan. But the problem is, if this just gets a double energy, it's like... Ugh. Let's Ultra Ball away the Boo Shake and the Trekking Shoes. We definitely need to get the Dracovish. I want to make sure that my other double energy is in the deck. And it is. So we'll go get that guy. I would love to play Avery, but that doesn't guarantee the attack, and I need to guarantee the attack, right? So I have to go get him. I have to Raihan to Intellion and go get the double energy. We have to do that. I have to... Let's see, let's Trainer's Mail. Get the Lake Acuity, which is sick. And the Pod Helmet. Holy smokes. Okay, so I think that we definitely prefer... Lake Acuity. Then we can... I guess... just play the Lake Acuity. I don't want to thin any of these cards out of my hand. Yep. Okay. And then hammer in for the knockouts. And just hope that Trevor doesn't have a double energy in his hand. That'd be sick. But I'm kind of feeling like he probably does. We just got to hope that those double energies are somewhere swimming around in Trevor's 35 card deck. Right? Lugia coming up. All right. So Trevor cannot evolve. And can play his items, but cannot evolve. So we definitely need Daddy Dracovish to help keep this board under control. Need that. Let's see what Trevor's got. The Boo Shake is sick. You guys are all haters, bro. The Boo Shake is awesome because it allows you to just get the Dracovish out like instantly. Now Trevor's got Lost City. All right, I see we're both playing Lost City out here. I see. That's fine because that's exactly what I want is the Lost City. Got random receiver. Huh. Lysander and Guzma. And energy on Snorlax. I need to do 10 more damage to this Lugia to knock it out. And Fury Belt onto the Snorlax. Ditto down. That's fine. Nest Ball can get another Pokemon. Probably be some other draw Pokemon. I really want to find my Octillery bad. Slack off. That thing's annoying. Okay. So, what are we doing here? I don't want to just offer up my Dracovish. Okay, so let's go here. Guzma the Porygon. With Inteleon. And we're going to Aqua Bullet and put 20 damage onto the Snorlax, right? And take our prize. We send the Porygon to the Lost Zone. And then now we've got the Snorlax, which has got too much hit points for sure. And I can win if I can send this thing to the Lost Zone. I think. But my goodness, I still got to deal with this guy and this guy. So what I need to happen this next turn is I need to find Field Blower and Muscle Band. If I can find Field Blower, Muscle Band, I can get rid of the Fury Belts and I can do 140 to knock it out, which is why I put the 20 there. Lost City stays in play, so that's my win con. That's what I need. And it's not going to instantly win, but it is going to very much help if I can find all of that. So we've got Floater, we've got Random Receiver. So let's Random Receiver. Mallow and Lana, huh? Okay. Mallow and Lana ain't quite doing it. So I'm going to go Floatstone onto this guy. Scoop up Net my Vulpix just to thin it out of my deck, and then I have to take Liza. Shuffle draw 5. We find Octillery, Muscle Band, Pot helmet, acrobike. I will take the level ball. Level ball. I need to find that field blower, bro. Come on. Drawing 4 cards. Field blower. Dang it. All right. Missed it, which is really sad. That's fine. I can hammer in. And then, even if I can find field blower next turn, I can still... But oh, this is so bad. So now my Dracovish going to the... Yeah, just Tate and Liza. And Dracovish going to the Lost Zone. And this is... Yeah, that's fine. All right, just hard to treat the Vigoroth. That's fine. So Dracovish going to the Lost Zone now. I don't know that I have enough Pokemon attackers left in my deck to be able to win this game. But it is at least interesting. All right, I've got Basculin. Oh, we're going to promote Octillery for sure. Okay. Thank you, Yako, for that sub in the 11 months. So we get Irida. Okay. Snorlax in the Lost Zone. Take our prize. Nest Ball. Who do I get next? God, I really needed to find that field blower. Now it's Lugia. Cool. So I do this and can retreat. Nest Ball. Abyssal Hands. Okay. Garage Dive. Cool. 120 damage. Cryogonal could come back. Certainly could. The Slacking's in play now, which is a huge problem, as the Slacking is getting energy now, which is not what we want. And if the Slacking gets one more energy... Huh. Slowbro would be nice here. You're right. You know, I'm actually sold on the Slowbro, I think. I think we're going to have to put Slowbro in to finish the game, man. It's just 2 cards. And that Slacking is definitely going to be a problem. I don't got a lot of, like, cards left in my deck. Unfortunately. I don't think there's any way I can do this. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. Well, it's fine. If I put the wash energy on it, at least it comes back, which is nice, right? So then Slacking's going to take a knockout on it. With critical move. And my abilities don't work. I know what I need to play. I need to play Enhanced Hammer and Faba in this deck. Did I call it Wash Energy again? Splash Energy. Dang it. Yeah, that's a really close one, though. Critical move. Yo, I get to choose? Put it to my hand, brother. That's crazy for sure. Okay. Basculin back down. My abilities don't work, so I can greens. That's kind of crazy. Can Ordinary Rod do both. Cryogonal. 2 water energies. Retreat into Vulpix. And Beacon. Yeah, for my Cryogonal back. And he can't attack next turn. That's fine. Yeah, it's interesting. You can't... Yeah, I'm thinking about ways to make this deck better. It is really cool, though, right now. Which I love. All right, Culver's Oh, he's got the Culver's Experiment in the deck. That's pretty sick. I'm into it. Warp Energy. The Rod. Okay. Trevor's got 6 cards left in deck. So... I'm not exactly sure if there's a chance, but... I'm trying. All right, Trevor's got 1 prize left. Nah, we got a shot, bro. So evolve into Basculegion. Bench Cryogonal. Evolution Incense to burn it. 2 waters left in the deck. My abilities don't work. I think I have to Marnie. Yeah, I have to Marnie here. Yeah, I have to Marnie. All right, we're going to Marnie. And then we go Grudge Dive for 120. And he's confused. All right, that's pretty good. So do that. Now I just need him to not have, like, you know. We need him to not have, like, the win, you know? Which would be like Guzma or something. Well, Kangaskhan here certainly complicates things. With the powerful colorless energy on it, yeah. All right, Trevor's got 10 cards left in deck. Doesn't feel great. Feeling like I'm kind of cooked here. Yeah. Yep, not feeling super good. But it was at least close. We got it down to 2. Imagine if I had Slowbro right here. Game, dude. Yeah, Slowbro game. Yeah, I could see Slowbro for game. That'd be sick. All right, Trevor doesn't need a lot now. Yep, Bird Keeper, that'll do it. Was a good game, Trevor. We were close. Considering how powerful your basic Pokemon are, I think that I feel pretty good about how close that was. All right, we're adding Slowbro in here. Just in case you need it, you know? All right, Slowbro and Slowpoke. It's a great way to end the game. I've also wanted... I have wanted Aqua Patch multiple times. Not you. You. So then what can we possibly remove from the deck? Cramomatic. Cramomatic and Order Pad might be kind of memes. The Booshake is very good, actually. That's like not the card that we're removing. The Vulpix is maybe not great. The Basculin's probably just better. The Vulpix is really not doing like hardly anything for us. Random Receiver seemed good. The Acrobike and the Trekking Shoes both seemed good. This is an insane artwork on that Slowpoke. Oh my god, it's so aggressive. Yeah, no, it's got to be this one for sure. Sorry, bud. Yeah, the Kamiya artwork definitely gets in there. Order Pad's been 3 tails in a row, but yeah, what about all the heads that I'm bound to flip in the future, though? Cram is like less good than Order Pad because Order Pad can work all the time. Cram needs to discard an item, so I'm hip to that. Lusamine just seems okay. I'm a little lukewarm on Lusamine. Thank you, Malupe, for that sub. Appreciate it. Counter Energy. Nah, we already got the Aqua Patch. We're not losing. That's the thing. We're never losing. All right, unless you're going to slow, bro, in which case, then maybe you are losing. The Heavy Ball's good. The Field Blower's good. The Intellion's good. I definitely like the Lusamine. Random Receiver's cool. X-Transceiver's broken. That card's nuts. Tate and Liza kind of mid. But it is just another Shuffle Draw supporter, so... The Ordinary Rod seemed important. I know I want Enhanced Hammer. For the Dragon deck, too, dude. But they play ways to put the energy back. Because the Dragon deck... Yeah, I'm thinking about the Dragon deck, right? The Dragon deck is kind of tough because they've got all these like strong basic Pokemon that only need special energy. Same with the colorless deck. You know, so what about Faba, dude? You know what I'm saying? Just Faba. Kukui? Faba's cool, but I'm not sure if we can like fit it. I mean, because I'm already trying to find a card to trim right now. It's not easy. We could... Raihan's good. I haven't actually mallowed in Launa'd yet. So I think that card can go. Lusamine. What's the FABA doing for us? Can help us with Dragon and Colorless, that's for sure. Being gnarly? That's the best argument. You're going to want Enhanced Hammer and FABA, though. Not just one. We'd have to do both, but we don't have room for both. You'd have to take out Aqua Patch. I can live without Aqua Patch. That's for sure. I've certainly lived without Aqua Patch so far, so that's fine. Yeah, Snorlax is definitely broken, Trevor, for sure. That card is very, very strong. But it's okay. I've got my technology now. I could have won that game if I played Slowbro, so yeah, we're in here. But the Aqua Patch does help you pull off the Slowbro play, but also you just have two twin energies, so just use one for Slowbro and one for... That's fine. Dump the bike. The bikes are broken, dude. Nah, you don't need FABA, dude. You don't need it. All right, you don't need it. Aqua Patch back. All right. Who's up next? All right, Delenda, go ahead. No, the shoes are sick, dude. We need to get the fossil out. We need to get the fossil out. Turn 1. Darth Chefs, cool. Yeah, we gotta get the fossil out turn 1, dude. A turbo fish. We felt very strong against grass. That was awesome. Even if we're just strong against like water and grass decks, I'm okay with that. We've got Irida. We're close, but we don't quite have it. All right, I'm playing against Cody's Dragon deck. I was thinking about playing FABA and Enhanced Hammer. Now I'm wishing that I did. But that's okay. I've got Irida turn 1, so I can go get my fossil down. And I can gather the crew to set up a little bit, which feels good. So let's Irida and take a look at my deck, see what we got available to us. Bouchake's there. Fossil's there. Did I see the Dracovish? Dracovish prized. That's fine. So I think we're going to go get the fossil. And then we also want to get probably like Drizzile, right? And then I'm gonna off the Drizzile and Remoraid. So we're gonna get Drizzile, and then I'm gonna gather the crew. So we'll put the fossil down, we'll attach the water energy to the fossil. Yeah, which seems fine. And then we will gather the crew, and we're gonna go get Remoraid and Sobble. Seems good. I could have gone for the turn 1 item lock, which would have been pretty sick. I could have gotten my Cryogonal, attached water, scoop up nets. Boom. In there. They've got the knockout on my Basculin. Do they have a supporter card? They've got the knockout on my Sobble. Okay. That's fine. This Pokemon cannot retreat. Interesting. I actually think that it might just be a... Oh, but I could scoop up net it. That's kind of nuts. All right, so we're going to scoop up net Rare Fossil. The water goes to the discard pile. I can promote Basculin, Raihan to the Basculin, and go get my Basculegion. Right? Basculegion. Rare Fossil down. Quick Ball. And I also want to just Lost Zone this thing. Yeah, that's fine. And then, do I want to Quick Ball? If my opponent has double Dragon Energy, I'm definitely having a bad time. So, let's just see how we do. Float Stone. It's good. Hopefully Cody does not have double Dragon to revenge this turn. That would be extremely bad. I'm glad I didn't have to discard my Fossil. Scoop Up Net saved it, so that's good because it cannot retreat. So I was able to get that water into the discard pile for my Grudge Dive. All right, so they've just got Rainbow and Ultra Ball. Enhanced Hammer and Faba, as you can see. Enhanced Hammer, Faba, both in the deck, yes. And Regidrago can help to draw some cards with its Dragon's Horde. Colress for 3. Not a big Colress. But as we can see, the Dragon deck's going to be very tough for me to beat because the Dragon deck is all basic Pokemon, and my deck is trying to get out the Dracovish, which is not great at dealing with basic Pokemon because the whole idea of the Dracovish is to... Nice, I can Ordinary Rod. Put Sobble back into the deck. The whole idea of the Dracovish is to stop evolutions, but I'm not seeing any evolutions. So, it's tough. Let's Quick Ball away the Lysander and go get... Actually think I want to get Cryogonal. I want Sobble too, but Cryogonal. I could item lock this turn. Float Stone. Yeah, Cryogonal seems nuts. So we want to do that. Float Stone here, and if I can item lock, that'd be sick. Excellent. We find Evolution Incense. So I can go get my Octillery. And then Water Energy here. And Abyssal Hand. We really wanted to find the Sobble. Dracovish's prize. That's right. And Inteleon. Dang it. All right. That's right. I know that, though. I know that. All right. I knew that that was prized. All right. So we're going to come here and we're going to item lock. Frozen lock. No items. And we're going to try and buy a couple of turns. Thankfully, Cryogonal and Basculegion kind of got their own thing going on. They can just, you know, they can kind of just hang out back and forth and do their thing. Thankfully, I do find Colress. Let's random receiver and see what we get. We get Tate and Liza. Tate and Liza, shuffle draw 5, Colress, shuffle draw 4. So Tate and Liza is going to be better. I don't know that I want to play the Field Blower yet. I think we'll save it, shuffle draw 5, and see if we can find our Sobble. We do find Sobble. Let's go, which is great. Twin Energy can go on to the Rare Fossil. Abyssal Hand, and now we're cooking. Okay. Lake Acuity is good, but I think I'd rather keep the Lost City out for now and just item lock again. This Regidrago does have a retreat cost of 3, so it's not going to be easy to move out of the active. You see Gibble making its way down. All right, so Garchomp is going to be an evolution Pokemon that I want to stop. counter energy, only counting as 1 energy since we're tied right now. I've got Irida and Lysander. Irida could be pretty good. Drizzile can go get me the Gladian, right? And that's probably just what I want to do. I want a Gladian. And we're going to Gladian and go get the... I think... Yeah, the Dracovish is fine. Get the Dracovish, Air Balloon, Abyssal Hand, and Frozen Lock again. I do have to worry about both of these attackers that are here. The Drudagon and the Regidrago. They're getting built up. And they are, they're going to be kind of problematic. Because Regidrago can do 160. This guy can do 160. I mean, everybody in the Dragon deck does 160. So that's them some big numbers. We go Aurora Energy onto the Gible. Not the Regidrago, though. They've kind of... It looks like they're abandoning the Regidrago. If they put that Aurora Energy onto the Drago, then they can, maybe use Giant Fangs next turn. But it looks like they're not as interested in that. Their hand is definitely bad. So I'm not necessarily trying to make that any better. I want to just Gladian again. So that was one of the reasons I really wanted to... Oh, no, you can't Gladian back-to-back. Duh. I was like, I'm going to Gladian, then I'm going to Verse Seeker Gladian again. You can't do that. Ugh. What do you mean I can't Gladian back-to-back turns, bro? It's because it's in my prizes. Duh. All right, this stinks. All right. So I think I'm going for Irida this turn. That seems okay. We can get Slowpoke and Muscle Band. I'm going to start speeding things up, man. Yeah. Cryogonal about to be getting in there. Should he be getting in there? Pod Helmet on the Dracovish. That's fine. That's fine. Abyssal Hands. We find greens. Item lock. All right, we're really item locking for 30 now. That's fine. I know this hand is jammed. So it feels good to just put pressure on with Cryogonal and item lock a little bit more. I've got Basculegion here who can Grudge Dive. And finally an N. So we're both set to 5 cards. That's good. I got Lusamine. And another energy going on to Gible, which is fine, though, because it's not... The splash energy can make it so that the Pokemon it's attached to comes back to my hand. So I think that that's important for Inteleon, should I ever find it. Let's attach this water energy here. Level Ball. Letter. Abyssal Hand for 2. Find Colress and Ultra Ball. Let's Lusamine for Lysander and N. Those are good cards to have back. Yeah, those are good ones for sure. Okay. And then we're going to Frozen Lock again. And I'm getting there, bro. We're chugging along. Just a couple more turns. And Cryogonal. Gonna get that knockout, man. Yeah, we're big chilling now. I do have to worry about the Drudagon coming up. Cynthia is fine. Parallel City. This is cringe. And my rod is down. Oh my gosh, why would you do this to me? It's literally got to be those guys. That's fine. I need everybody else. Okay. No worries, brother. Now. Yeah, the Reggie Drago definitely has to go down. So I'm going to attach this energy to this Ultra Ball. Okay, I'm going to Ultra Ball away these. I've got Aqua Patch in the deck. Yeah, I'm chilling, bro. Okay. Slow bro down. Energy here. And I could Colress for 6. That's fine. Let's do that. Increase my hand size a little bit. Those are some good cards. We'll Frozen Lock again. And then I need to play this carefully. These guys haven't evolved yet. They're item locked, right? So it's like they can't play their item cards to go get it. So it's like, yeah, they're not evolution locked, but they are item locked. So finding the evolutions is going to be really tough. So I want to try, it's a five prize game right now. I need to figure out how to take 5 prizes with 4 Pokemon. You see the situation that I'm in? Yeah. It's not exactly the easiest thing to do. Double Dragon Energy's prized. You do hate to see that. So now Cryogonal can potentially take a knockout next turn. They've got the Lost City back and a Fighting Fury belts. That's fine. So now I could activate the Reggie Drago. All right, we just want to double colorless here and Frozen Lock again. Take the knockout. I'm definitely hoping that they don't it's fine. I think I'm still okay even if they boss my Dracovish, which I don't want, but I'm probably still okay even if they have that. Because they're still item locked right now. I mean, it's not a good situation. They've got teammates. All right, so no Gust on the Dracovish. The teammates can go get them their 2 evolutions, though, right? Slowbro can take 2 prizes. That's what I'm saying. The Slowbro, he's looking mighty fine on the bench right now. I like having him on board. I'm very proud of our king here. I think I got Lake Acuity still in deck. Now, this is a scary keep for my opponent because they went teammates, hold. Yeah, right. Yeah, you are not getting to keep those cards if I've got anything to do with it. And that's why we play X-Transceiver, baby. Yeah, you are getting end, brother. So we're going to retreat into Dracovish and attach to Basculegion and end. Yeah. So we're going to end our opponent to 2 cards. And then Dracovish can hammer in. And with Dracovish's Primal Law ability, my opponent cannot play evolution cards from their hand to evolve their Pokemon. They can Ascension the Gible to get around it, but then I can chase it down with Guzma. The X-Transceiver's been kind of nuts. All right, granted, I've been flipping heads on X-Transceiver. But that card, when you flip heads on that card, you're like, cool, that's like a free drizzle. You're like, yeah, man. Gabite and Dragonair prize too. That is tough. That is tough for sure. But still. Ultra Necrozma. Gotta look out for that dude. Sycamore. If they find Double Dragon and Silent Lab, they could take the knockout with Ultra Necrozma. Which would be tough. Ascension and a fail on that. I've got Lake Acuity now. And let's see, Dive Ball, check the deck. There is Field Blower in there. And Gladian. I think I don't necessarily want to go to 2. I think we want to... Let's see, what do I got off gear? Lysander. If I just Lysander that up the Ultra Necrozma. I mean, I'm not knocking it out, though. But the Ultra Necrozma is, like, the threat, so we'll bring it up. And just start smacking it. Because this is the only card that can, like, deal with me right now. And if I go to 2 prizes, then they don't even need Silent Lab. They could just go double energy and start swinging. So we want to target down the Ultra Necrozma. Because here's the Silent Lab. Okay. And Gladian. Oh my God, they're getting it. Okay. This is scary, man. I could lose, bro. They literally had the 1-2 punch in the hand. So now I need Field Blower right now. That ain't Field Blower. All right. Gladian, what do I got over here? Trainer's Mail. Trainer's Mail. You're killing me. Acrobike. In a 6-card deck. I know. Man, bro. You have got to be joking. All right. I can't afford the shoes. I have to just flip heads. You've got to be kidding me. No, man. I needed that to be heads. I could go to 1 prize remaining. What do you do? Both active Pokemon are now asleep. This is terrible. The Slowbro's not going to work because they're not going to be at 1 prize left. I need to be able to give up a prize. You've got 80 hit points. The Trainer's Mail and whiffing there were 6 cards in deck. The fish does go back to the hand. It's true. All right, they've got both their dudes now. This is not good. This guy's got 90 hit points. That's super sus. Okay, so I have to go Aqua Patch. This is not good. I do not think I can win this game. I think I'm just 1 prize short now. I think so. Ugh. Man. We're so close, bro. Just Guzma. Dragon's Wish. Fail. Tumbling Tackle. Okay. Gosh. If I find that Field Blower, this game is over. That's so bad. I know, and it's the last card in my deck. Man. Here, the Slowbro is actively losing me the game. I think the Slowbro's bad. Yeah, Slowbro's got to go. Any other cards? Ugh. If I could retreat, yeah, well played, Cody. If I could retreat, I win. If I find that Field Blower, I win. Man, that is tough. Yeah, that was a super good game for sure. The Slowbro seemed bad because your opponent has to play into it. And I don't really have enough Pokemon. I don't really have enough Pokemon. I mean, like, ugh. Arcuno's kind of cool. Any other cool Pokemon we can include? I don't hate. We could play Greninja, man. Now this is a card. I will deck out with Kingdra for sure. The Greninja. I mean, he's cool, man. Extra 20 damage here. That's pretty good. I'm 0 for a million on this order pad. All right, the order pad can go. Fine. I am not hitting that order pad, dude. It hurt. That order pad hurt my soul. Fine. I'm 0 for 4 on that order pad today. X transceiver, on the other hand, I have nailed every single X transceiver. All right, Captain Nightfall, you're up. If you're still here. Yeah, the X transceiver was insane. Yeah, I like the Greninja makes sense. It's like a low energy cost attacker that can survive a couple of turns. Like it's cool. It's cool. It can soften things up because you only deal 120 damage, so I've got yeah, Sarmakis we can play. That's fine. Yeah, I think that it looks like Nightfall might not be here anymore. So Bruxish? Bruxish is kind of cool. Takes a lot of energy to attack, though. Now we're getting the turn 1 lock, baby. All right, we're not getting the turn 1 lock. That's fine. Slow and steady, they say. Well, not the strongest opening hand, but next turn, we'll start gathering our friends, and then we can go from there. Sarmakis has got... Ooh, I don't think I've ever seen this dude before. Paralyzed and poisoned. That's kind of cool. It's 4 basic psychic energy, though. Which is a lot. I'm getting birdied. Dang, man. I need my sinuses to get decongested. Is that too much to ask? There's a whole Wobbuffet over there. Cool, cool. We've got gear. Let's do it. We got greens. I do love greens. Greens exploration. Let's do that. We can go get the fossil and probably letter. We can nest ball to go get cryogonal. Could just start item locking, but is my... Yeah, Dracovish is in the deck. We've got Froakie, Remoraid, Cryogonal. So Sobble's prized. Probably should have considered at least getting Hisuian Heavy Ball to go get the Sobble out of the prizes, but that's fine. We can do that later. I could just go start item locking, which I don't totally hate. Just be truly degenerate. Yeah. I'm kind of cool with that. Let's let her get these. Energy here, fossil in play. And frozen lock. We'll do that. And then next turn we've got Marnie. Yeah, they are working towards an attack with Giratina, which is fine though, because then I can potentially respond with, you know, once we've softened this guy up. Yeah, we want that for sure. Yeah, we're going to keep that guy. Okay. And then let's attach the water energy here and just Marnie. And we'll have... Nice. Yeah, this is pretty great. We have a couple of options that can deal with the Giratina. If it takes a knockout on my Cryogonal, which is exactly what we want. Dracovish is here, and my opponent can evolve. The tough thing about this matchup, though, is that they have Wobbuffet. So they can just promote Wobbuffets and evolve their Pokemon for a turn. They don't have the knockout, so that's kind of cool. So I might be able to just retreat into Dracovish and take the knockout if I can find the double energy, though, which isn't exactly the most likely thing. Let's put the Floatstone on the Basculegion and Tate and Liza to shuffle draw 5. And we'll see if we find the double energy. We do not. Hisui and Heavy Ball to go get the Sobble is fantastic, though. So we'll grab that. And we've got a pretty nice looking hand. So where do I want to put this energy, though? If I put it on the Dracovish, that will allow me to hammer in next turn guaranteed. So we could think about that. Let's put it on the Basculegion. I really would rather, and we'll Frozen Lock. I would rather hit the double if I can. Now, if I can find my Lost Stadium, that would be big to get this thing out of here. Definitely. Well, I was going to say I'm feeling stronger about that Marnie now that I have Sobble in play, but we're not able to find Drizzile. I do have Trainer's Mail, though, so could get there. The Giratina's only got 60 hit points left. I do not have a double energy for my Dracovish. X-Transceiver, though. Let's Trainer's Mail. And off of the Trainer's Mail, we find Acrobike. And I've got Irida. But that's not as good as just Dive Ball, because Dive Ball can get me Drizzile. Yeah, here we go. Dive Ball, and then we go get Drizzile, and then I can Drizzile for Raihan. Yeah, this is nuts. Okay, so then we Drizzile, yeah, for Raihan, and then we play Raihan to help us get an extra energy on here, and then we can use the double colorless energy on Dracovish, retreats, and now we've got the Primal Law lock. Now, unfortunately, they've got Wobbuffet, so they can promote Wobbuffet, and Wobbuffet's Bide Barricade ability turns off Primal Law. So long as they have Wobbuffet in the active spots, they can evolve their Pokemon, which is annoying. But the Wobbuffet should only last for one turn because Hammer In does 120 damage. So I can knock out Wobbuffet very easily. And the Wobbuffet really just gives them one turn of evolution. So that's fine. X-Transceiver might be able to grab me a supporter card next turn. Oh, I've got Shady Deal. Oh, yeah, we're chilling, bro. Forgot about the Shady Dealer. Now they've got to move Sharna up with its Forewarn ability, which can draw cards. Thank you so much, Golden Face, for those 5 gifted subs. Let's get some hype in the chat for Golden Face. Let's go. Thank you so much, Golden Face. 35 gifted subs so far to the channel. Appreciate you. All right, Blacephalon is here. Versus Seeker, also a card that we have. So less Shady Dealings. No. Let's not. Oops. Yeah, Shady Dealings doesn't work because of Bide Barricade. Duh. That's fine. X-Transceiver. That card is broken. That card is so broken, dude. Okay. So we're going to knock out the Wobbuffets. Gladian, Avery, Colress. Avery's pretty good right now, honestly. Because they probably don't want to discard any of these. And I'm taking a knockout on the active, which is quite good. So Inke is gone. Excellent. We get, let's see. I probably want to set up a Pokemon, huh? But Ultra Ball is going to be a really tough card to play out of this hand, so not exactly sure that I want to. Aqua Patch to that, Twin Energy here. Both of those are just fine. I could Ultra Ball away Greninja. I mean, do I have the Rod still in my deck? I do. So I can Ultra Ball away the Air Balloon and the Greninja, and I can go get Remoraid. I prized my Froakie, or my Frogadier, so that's fine. And then we're going to hammer in and take that knockout. And off the prizes, we find a water. I've got Versus Seeker for next turn, so I can Marnie or whatever. Primal Law is in full effect, so my opponent cannot evolve this Ralts, which is really cool. And then I'm loving my board state. I'm not gonna lie, Dracovish is a cool dude. I'm really digging Dracovish right now. I'm a big Dracovish stan. Yeah, this water deck's kind of cool, man. I'm having a good time. Erica's Hospitality for 4. It's very fun. Item lock with Cryogonal is like super good too. He's just so easy to get in play. That's just a very cool, fun deck. The Basculegion is fun. It's good. Dracovish is good. Intellion's good. I mean, really just like all the dudes in the deck are pretty good. And it's always fun pulling off a Wombo combo, you know, getting the Dracovish out early is cool. I'm also having fun because I think I'm 5 for 5 on X-Transceiver heads right now, which just feels absolutely disgusting. That feels illegal for sure. That's just an item card. This card is just a wild card that gets me whatever supporter I want out of my deck, apparently. Put it into my hand. They've got Super Rod, so they can shuffle, some Pokemon back into the deck. Blacephalon's turn is not up yet, so I don't have to worry about that, but I will have to worry about the Blacephalon eventually, and it can spread 12 damage counters, so they'll basically get to pick their knockout. They've got the Wobbuffet back, so they can retreat into Wobbuffet and evolve, which is super annoying. But it is, you know, we are making them work for the evolution, right? Because now they can't attack. So, and the Wobbuffet's going to get knocked out again instantly. Oh, you're really not going to like what I'm doing. Because I've got Versus Seeker in my hand, and now it's just like, yeah, bro, I'm just going to Avery again for sure. So then discard Giratina and, one more. And then, it's time for the Musharna to go. Okay. So we've got Octillery, but I can't use it. We've got this Froakie. I really don't want to bench the Froakie right now. I don't think. So we're just going to hammer in, take a knockout on the Wobbuffet again. The Froakie is easy pickings for Blacephalon, so we're not going to bench it yet. We're just going to do this. And find N, which is good. Now it's Blacephalon's turn, but Blacephalon cannot knock out my Dracovish. Does also need another energy. Giratina can place 2 damage counters, and that's why I didn't bench the Froakie, because if I do bench the Froakie, then Blacephalon can knock out Octillery and Froakie, which is like a really nice 2 prize take, so that's not something we wanted to give them. But next turn, I don't mind benching Froakie once we dispatch of this Blacephalon. And Yep, Blacephalon's going to get to Fireworks Bomb. 12 damage counters since I only have 3 prizes remaining. They can take their pick. Basically, yeah, Octillery's got to go. Soften up the Dracovish. That makes sense. But you can see how, like, even though my opponent's been able to get through Dracovish a little bit, you know, they've evolved a couple of things. It's just been such a persistent pain, though, because now they can't just continue playing their board, right? Quick ball away this Juniper. And then N. And I've got a Pot Helmet, Lake Acuity, Dracovish that is taking... What, I'm taking minus 50 damage from attacks next turn, which is crazy. We find Frogadier. I really do like the Frogadier because it can help you to fix math for Hammer In too. There's been a lot of situations where maybe I was just a little bit short on Hammer In, or I was a little bit short on Basculegion, or maybe I wanted to Frozen Lock and like fix that math just a little bit. So I really like that. That's sick. And now Dracovish is just in full control. My opponent cannot evolve any of their Pokemon because of Primal Law. We'll see if they have something with Versus Seeker. They can get Raihan, but still cannot get through the Dracovish. Inkay cannot evolve. Kirlia cannot evolve. Just such a tough ability to get through. And what's awesome about Dracovish is that Dracovish is one-sided. It's easier to play around than Archeops, but Archeops is two-sided, so it makes it so that you can't evolve either, which is really tough. I think after playing this deck, I want to go back to my fighting deck, the Fighting Archeops deck, and I definitely want to put Booshake in it. Because Booshake can help you to get through that evolution lock. And now, Frogadier, baby. 2 damage counters on the Giratina. I can Gladion. And we're going to take the Splash Energy. There. Hammer In. No! No! What happened? No, not... No! It's fine. I still got win next turn. It actually is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Because I've got Lysander double knockout with Inteleon. Yeah. No. It's still worth it, bro. It's still worth it. We still got it. Win next turn with Inteleon. Aqua Bullet. We're chilling. Easy money. You got 110 hit points left. Not even taking the knockout because of that Pot Helmet. And then it is GG's for us. I could actually just retreat, and since you put that damage on the Inkay, I had it either way, though. Aqua Bullets, and we will take 2 prizes. GG's, Sarmakis. GG's. That was cool, man. The Turbo Dracovish strikes again. Turbo Fish. All right, anybody up for a game of Gym Leader Challenge? All right, X Factor. Let's do this thing. Oh, and Shubhan. Shubhan, are you still ready? I remember Shubhan. Shubhan said he would play a little while ago. Sure, Jake. Yeah, I'm going to play against Shubhan, then X Factor, then Jake. Says you're already in the game. All right, give me 1 second. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quick. When I get back, it's going to be Shubhand, then X Factor, then Jake. This is the Turbo Dracovish deck as seen on Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure to check out FullGripGames.com while I'm away. All right, we're back. Thanks for the patience. Let's go. All right, Shubhand, you're up. The Broken Turbo Dracovish deck. Who can stop it? No, you don't need Wally. Just Boost Shake. Boost Shake, superior card, yes. So that you can greens for the Boost Shake, turn 1. There's no point in playing Wally because it's so hard to find your fossil turn 1. Like, the odds of you getting your fossil out turn 1. So, like, the only ways to get your fossil out turn 1 are with, like, Irida. And so, like, your turn 1 plays are Irida if you happen to have either Boost Shake or fossil already in your hand. Or the greens. The greens is the turn 1 play. Because you greens for the fossil Boost Shake and you just do it. So. Uh-oh. I'm going second against Shubhand's fighting deck, and I mulliganed a bunch of times, unfortunately. So Shubhand's got a really large opening hand to get this game started. As you can see. All smiles over there. I've got Hisuian Basculin to kick things off. One of the best starters in this deck. Feels good. And Random Receiver. If I can Random Receiver into my Greens Exploration, then I could go turn 1 Greens for the Fossil and Boost Shake, and then get the turn 1 Evolution Lock, which would be pretty sick. But we'll see what we find off of Random Receiver before playing Professor's Juniper. I combined like Professor's Research and Professor's Juniper. Yeah. before playing Professor Juniper. Shubhand's got Galarian Yamask, which is pretty cool, combined with I'm pretty sure the Galarian whatever his name is, Runigris. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that dude does something funny. he does something funny. We find Marnie. Perfect. Trainer's mail. Bro? Is X gonna give it to you? Let's go. X transceiver. Dang it. What the heck, bro? And then on Marnie. We almost had it. 50% chance. Getting the turn 1 evolution lock right there. Drizzile is prized. That's fine. We'll gather the crew and go get some boys. I want Drizzile's prized, Intellion's in hand. We've got Colress. We want probably Remoraid and... I'll go Remoraid and Froakie. We're going to go Funny Greninja this game. It's cool. I'm an X-Transceiver believer from now on, though. You miss all the shots you don't take, bro. In another universe, I have the turn 1 evolution lock right there. This Froakie, I think, is the one because we're trying to get turn 1. We're trying to get turn 1, you know, turn 1 fossil guy, right? So you go water energy and then, yeah, Frubbles. Frubbles is kind of cool. But maybe it's just best to play the Bubbles one. They've got Green's Exploration now and a Steelix in play. The Steelix is definitely concerning because it's got this powerful Rage attack, which does a lot of damage if it has damage counters on it. And none of my guys can one-hit KO this thing. So that's going to be mildly problematic for us. So we'll see what Shubhand gets off of the Green's Exploration. We're looking at maybe taking another turn to gather some boys. Water energy on a Froakie next turn. Colress for... Hopefully Shubhand decides that he's feeling like putting extra Pokemon in play. That would be hot. So that I can Colress for more than 3. Alright, Runigris and Steelix both online as my turn 1 evolution jammer failed. But that's fine. This is for each damage counter on this Pokemon, put 2 damage counter. Okay, I see. That's fine. I'm confident. We've got all the technology here that we need in order to pull off the win. Really, all I need is Inteleon and Greninja. That's it. That's all we need. I could do it with them. All right. That's fine. We Colress into Octillery every time here. See? Told you. Yeah, bro. Easiest play of my life right there. Abyssal Hand. Easy does it, brother. Let's Ultra Ball away these guys and go get my frog. And we're going to frog this guy, I guess. And then... Huh. Yeah, we'll gather the crew and go get these two. All right. Very well, then. I did... maybe... should not have discarded the Dracovish. Potentially, because now I'm realizing that I only play the one rod in my deck because it's a very greedy deck. We only play the one rod, so I might be committing this game to playing with either without Basculegion or Dracovish, right? Because this guy, he's only doing 40 damage. All right, so the Basculin might not get knocked out the next turn, right? And we don't want to put any damage counters on the Runegris because then it can spread a whole bunch of damage all over my board. So we are... there's no way they're knocking out my guy. Who do you got? Terrakion, Sudowoodo? That's fine. Yeah, all right. I can deal with those guys. And a pass. So yeah, they're not even gonna... He could have Powerful Rage for 40. Okay. We got Gear off the top, Twin Energy. Nice, excellent. I can Rod. Let's put the boys back in. Gear, see what we're looking at. Guzma and Juniper. I think just Juniper seems good. Get rid of this Twin Energy and just draw some cards. We find Greninja and not a lot else. So I can Air Balloon the Basculegion. I can Muscle Band the Cryogonal. And then you got a retreat cost of 2, so I can evolve this guy. And then I can't play Boo Shake because it'll end my turn, but we can Abyssal Hand. We find Lake Acuity and an Aqua Patch. I really wish we had a Water Energy this turn, but we do not. So I'm thinking that we will just retreat into Cryogonal and get this Boo Shake out of my hand. Okay, do that. And then we've got a nice board now. We definitely are happy to have the Basculegion on the bench. Oh, the Lake Acuity is going to be kind of funny in this matchup since it blocks both of us from taking 20 damage. So probably going to not put that into play if I had to guess. They've got... Okay, so I see the synergy. You get an Earthquake and you put damage counters on the Runegris, right? And then the Runegris can spread damage. Now the problem with this is that I see it. Okay, that's funny. All right, so the Runegris for each damage counter put 2. So that's 80 right now. Ooh, this is tough, huh? Nest Ball, there's no more basics. Irida. Let's Irida for the item card. No. Do I have Letter in there? Yeah, it's got to be Letter. No, because I could just attack with Grudge Dive this turn, which is probably the correct answer. So then if that's the case, then we just want to start setting up this guy. And then the water Pokemon that we want is this guy. So that's fine. So we play down the rare fossil. And then, what do you think? You think I'll put the Lake Acuity into play? Definitely not, right? Definitely not. All right, we're going to Abyssal Hand. Trekking Shoes. Yeah, I'll take my Acrobike. Acrobike. Ooh, we got Lusamine and a Water Energy. Lusamine can get me back Marnie, Colress, Juniper, Irida. Oh, and then I can Aqua Patch the energy. That's kind of broken. Yeah, we're going to take that. That's sick. All right. Yeah, broken. Okay. And then we do Aqua Patch to the Greninja. And then Lake Acuity makes it so that all Pokemon that take 20 less damage from attacks from opponent's Pokemon. So no, it doesn't stop the bench damage. No, unfortunately. So we're just going to Grudge Dive. We definitely want to confuse the Steelix since it's not going to be a one-hit KO. So that's like the best thing we can do to it. And then Greninja is cool because Greninja can, start to finish off these guys that are already getting softened up by the Steelix. Unfortunately, Runigris is 10 damage shy. I definitely need... Oop, here's the switch. I need 10 more damage on the Runigris. Buff padding. No, that's so insane. Marnie. Okay, so if Shubham finds another energy, he'll be able to Spreading Spite and put probably damage counters on my Rare Fossil or Sobble in order to knock them out. Yeah, the Steelix is doing like 280 damage right now, so I don't really like that. Do find the Weakness Guard energy, so Spreading Spite is going to do its thing. And what's really annoying about Spreading Spite is it could actually just put damage counters straight onto Greninja, which is pretty terrible. Yeah, since Greninja's damage from attacks. So that's not optimal. My Muscle Band, I think I really needed to not ditch that. Uh-oh, Shubham knows. Shubham found out you could put the 10 damage onto the... Alright, but a knockout occurred, right? Knocked out by damage from an attack. Oh no! Grudge Dive won't do it! Okay. So... Alright, so Grudge Dive will not do it. Level Ball. Grudge Dive cannot do it. Because it's not from damage from an attack. So the only way for me to launch an attack that will knock out this Runigris this turn, and I have to do that because I cannot afford to let that Runigris spread 180 damage. Definitely not, right? I am not convinced that I have enough Pokemon in this deck to finish the matchup, but yeah, we're gonna see what we can do. We find N. Okay. So let's Quick Ball. Because I already played my Rod, right? Yes. And the Sobble's now down. Quick Ball away Inteleon to Thin. And then N. Shubham to 4. And we find Dive Ball, which I can use to go get, thankfully, my Dracovish. Dracovish can spread 8 more damage counters next turn. Let's just retreat, and we're going to Furious Shurikens here and here. That's fine. Now the Steelix is at 190. So we've got a decision to make. Let's see how this wraps up. We've got Greens, Guzma, Lysander. I'm 10. I need to find my Field Blower to get rid of that tool on the Steelix so that it just gets instantly KO'd. And then I need to find a double energy so that I can knock out this Runigris with my Dracovish, because that's just what we got going on. I need to find that. The Basculegion not getting triggered by the spreading damage is definitely tough, but it's fine. Sonya can get 2 basics or 2 energy. We'll see what Shubham goes for. Off of the Sonya. I'm definitely loving this deck. This is fun. Yeah, Xeno, there's a Q. You can get it. You can get in. Grabs the energy. Going to retreat into Steelix. Is it going to be a flip? Say it ain't so, dude. Say it ain't so. Greninja flips heads here every time. Every time, brother. Every time, man. This Greninja's strong. Yes! That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what's up. Perfect. Now I can knock out Runigris and Steelix at the same time. Okay. Feeling good about this. Let's Gladian. See what we got in here. The Field Blower. Brother. Taking the Field Blower. Get rid of that. Now the Steelix is gone. Take another prize. And then we have almost won the game. Not quite. Furious Shurikens to knock out the Runigris. And we put that Terrakion dangerously close. And that is gonna be GG's. Shubhan left with just a single Terrakion after all of that. Man, that is brutal. But Greninja, definitely the hero of that match. That was sick. Giving us the dub. GG's, Shubhan. GG's. All right, and then it was X Factor Steel is up. Now, if any of you are new to Gym Leader Challenge formats, it's my favorite way to play Pokemon cards. Ton of fun. Highly recommend it. The rules are very simple. It's a monotype format, so you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck. It is a singleton format, so you can only play one of each card in your deck except basic energy. And it is a single prize format, so no rule box cards are allowed in your deck. And that's it. You can play any card printed from black and white onward. And it's a very fun format. Highly recommend it. It's been featured at regional championships, national championships, world championships in the form of side events. Definitely scope it out. All right, I'm up against X Factors, and you can find everything that you need to know about Gym Leader Challenge format at gymleaderchallenge.com. We're playing against X Factors. We're playing against X Factor's Metal deck, and we've got a pretty decent opening hand. We've got both Sobble and Froakie prized. So this is interesting. I think that I don't mind getting Froakie and then just using Boost Shake to get the I could get like the turn 2 Greninja, which is kind of crazy. The Sobble is less enticing for me to get since the Inteleon is also prized. So I think we'll just go this way. And yeah, I'm getting turn 1 Frogadier, bro. And then I'm ready to start getting Greninja in play next turn, which is pretty sick. Now, this Heatran hits like a truck. It's got 140 hit points, which is insane. But X Factor did not play a supporter from their hand, so I don't necessarily want to refresh their hand for them. So I'm just going in with Juniper. That's a lot of supporter cards to ditch, but I don't care. All right, here we go. Juniper. And like I said, the fast Greninja. Nobody messes with the quick Greninja, dude. And then we can gather the crew. Dang, man. I can barely breathe. Go get Cryogonal and Remoraid. And then we're pretty poised for next turn. If this Bronzor doesn't evolve into a Bronzong, I'm going to be able to take it out with Furious Shurikens. But the Bronzor does get a Metal Goggles, which will kind of slow that down. Guard Claw for 30 damage. There are only 3 Pokemon in play, so not a great not a great opportunity to, yeah, Colress. But we Colress into Octillery every time, you know? Every time, you feel me? We can Float Stone, Lost City. Yeah, we Colress into Octillery every time here. See? There he is. Easy as that. Basque Legion. And then we Abyssal Hand into the Field Blower. Come on. Almost. All right. I like how I said almost. Like, yeah, right. And then Furious Shurikens for literally 0 damage to that active. What the heck? How is it zeroed? Oh, because of Guard Claw. That's right. Joe, chill. What? That's filthy. All right, I get the greens, though. It's fine. He's coming back to my hand. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can greens now. I can greens. This is all good. Greens exploration. We're going to go get the Field Blower. And we need to go get probably my Fossil. Honestly, it could be Lake Acuity to get this cave out of here, too. Yeah. It's probably those are the ones that I need. So we're going to Field Blower these. And you get those things right on out of here. And then, I can't believe my Greninja just got smacked like that. It's okay, though. All right, we'll recover. Lake Acuity. And then we get the Grudge Dive, so it's not bad. Grudge Dive can confuse, 120 damage. This is good. Next turn, I can Gale Shuriken, 20 damage. Finish this off, right? So, we got our options. This feels strong. If Heatran flips for it, Heatran Tails knocks itself out, which is pretty gnarly. Also, the Wash Energy save, or the Splash Energy saving the Greninja is awesome because, yeah, the Greninja's sick. I really don't want that thing to go down yet. I ain't ready to lose my Greninja, man. Unfortunately, I got both these double... Dang it! It's fine. I got both these double energy in my hand. I don't really know what to do with them yet. Dang it. Went for it and he hit it. Ugh. Am I Guzmaing this turn? Probably. Yeah, to play this hand down. Okay, we top deck water, which is 6. So we definitely need to Gale Shuriken. Yeah, that thing's getting out of here. Most definitely. We take a prize. And it is Scoop Up Nets. They'll send up Dialga, which makes sense. I'm going to attach my energy onto Cryogonal. And Guzma up probably the Bronzor. And then Frozen Lock. I could Scoop Up Net to do 20 more damage next turn, which could be okay. Yeah, especially since the I like that, since the Bisharp does more damage if it doesn't have any damage counters on it. So we want to reset the Frogadier so I can Gale Shuriken if I want to and place 2 damage counters there, which is super sick. And now they're item locked, so they might have a tough time playing, cards out of their hand because they're item locked. So like they can't play like evolution cards. They get Hex Maniac back, which is super annoying because my Greninja is not trying to get hexed, dude. It's just like not what it's trying to do. So let's put that up to 30. It's still not a knockout. Let's Gale Shuriken. And we're going to put 20. I don't know that I want to put 20 on the Poniard yet. Yeah. We'll put 20 on the... Because they could heal it, but the Crystal Cave is down. So that's fine. We'll put 20 there. Kind of just ruin that thing's attack. And then Evolution Incense. I know that I'm probably getting hexed next turn. So I guess I'll put a double colorless. It all feels so bad because neither of these guys use double colorless, but that's fine. And then we'll Abyssal Hand. We find the Water Energy in an Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball doesn't really do a lot for us right now. So we're just going to Frozen Lock again. But the Water Energy is good. At least with the Bronzor here, we know that there's probably not going to be many shenanigans with... I was going to say no shenanigans. I thought for sure the Bronzong was going to be stuck, but Birdkeeper, my goodness, okay, sure. Birdkeeper, and then... you could Temporal Backflow for the Crystal Cave, and that is just so frustrating. Yes, it's exactly what's occurring. So that is annoying. And I know that they have the Hex in hand too. We find Fossil, which is dope. And Trekking Shoes. Don't want that. Trainer's Mail. I've got Aqua Patch and Pan. Aqua Patch could be cool. I could just knock out the Poniard this turn. Yeah. Let's do that. Aqua Patch. This is sick. All right. So we've got Greninja and then Aqua Patch to the Greninja. And I know they have Hex, but they don't have an attacker built up. So if I take out the Poniard right now, then I'm kind of chilling. We're going to put the Muscle Band onto Rare Fossil and Abyssal Hand. And then we can just retreat into Greninja and Furious Shurikens to bop both those guys, which feels really good. So we'll do that. It's like, I know you got the Crystal Cave, but now even if you Crystal Cave that Bronzong, it's still going to get knocked out the following turn because it'll go to 40 and then 50 is still a knockout. So that's good. Now that the Poniard is gone, you don't have an attacker that should be able to knock out my Greninja this next turn, which is also good. Yeah, the Crystal Cave hits the board, and I think that's my last stadium. Yeah, the Lost City. So I have to find Lusamine to bring them back so that I can get this Crystal Cave out of here. Lusamine's already in the discard pile, though, and so is Versus Seeker, isn't it? Hopefully not Versus Seeker. All right, yes, Versus Seeker is still in the deck, so I can use that to go get Lusamine to get the Crystal Cave out, which will be really important for me being able to win this game. Looks like Heatran's coming back. That guy is annoying. Does so much damage. 160. So probably just going to be another Temporal Backflow turn. No way. You are not powered up already. No. You're not already there. No. The Heatran's not coming out now, is it? It would never come out now. Right? No, that Heatran's not ready yet. He's still cooking. Needs one more turn. Guzma and Hala is the supporter. All right, so they didn't quite have enough. And here's the Rainbow Energy. So they could go for it on a flip. And that's what's happening. Heads. That's what I'm talking about, Greninja. All right. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I needed that turn, baby. Needed it. I know I have Sobble in the prizes. So let's go get it. Yeah, Sobble and Intellion. So we definitely want this guy down. Which is good. Another attacker. Love it. Twin Energy on the Dracovish. Irida could be our support of return. I don't really want to Ultra Ball these away. Irida can get me Versus Seeker to allow me... I know they have Hex in their hand. I know they do, which is fine. I need to get the Crystal Cave out of here. So, yeah, let's Irida, and we're going to go get the Versus Seeker, and we're going to go... And I know they're going to Hex me. So the other card that I want... Or I could just get a card to Ultra Ball away. No. It's not worth it. X-Transceiver guarantees me whatever. Oh, I have to get a water Pokemon. There are no water Pokemons. Literally, I'm Irida for the... That's right. Okay, cool. This is what we got. Abyssal Hand. Thank you, Marcos, for that Prime sub. We found the Pot Helmet. Pot Helmet's not going to matter on the... Well, it's 160, right? Pot Helmet does matter. Then we're going to Furious Shurikens, and we're going to soften up this guy and knock out that guy. And the reason we want to soften up the Heatran is because it makes it so that even with the Crystal Cave, I can do 110 and knock it out next turn with, like, you know, Dracovish or something. So that's really good for me. Taking out the Bronzong's also insane because it allows me to stop the energy flow from happening, right? So now X Factor can use Hex. I know Hex Maniac's in his hand. He went and got it with the Cynthia and Caitlyn. It was the last card he saved in his hand after playing the Guzma and Hala last turn. So he can use the Hex Maniac, but since I got the Pot Helmet, the Greninja's not going to get knocked out because this thing does 160 minus 30 from Pot Helmet. That's 130, which is 10 damage short of the knockout on Greninja. I really appreciate that sub, Marcos. Thank you. Dang, man. Blow my nose real quick. Just decides to go for the Guard Claw, and it was a Tails, which makes it so the Heatran takes less damage next turn. So I want to get my Lusamine, right? And we are going to Lusamine, and we want Lake Acuity and a good card, like Guzma or something. Yeah, cool. So we're going to take those. Lake Acuity to get that thing out of there, which is definitely tough to deal with. And then we want Drizzile, and Drizzile can use Shady Dealings, and we want to get the Gladion if it's still in my deck, which it is. There are only 8 cards in my deck, so I got to be a little careful, but that's fine. We can get Intellion with that. So let's attach this, and we will Furious Shuriken and continue slugging away. I think I don't need to touch the Heatran. It used Guard Claw last turn, so we're just going to attack the Q-Font and the Dialga. And with Lake Acuity, now I'm taking 20 less damage from attacks, so Jubilife could get them out. They can Hex attack, they're going to Hex, and then Iron Hammer, I have to imagine, to at least do as much damage as they can, right? Which is fine. Now they have a 0-card hand, so we just want to, I think, retreat. I don't know what my deck looks like. Let's Gladion. Take the Intellion. I don't know that I have any energy left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All 5 and this. Yeah, they're all my energies like accounted for right now. What about Aqua Patch? I think Aqua Patch is down. Yeah. What about Raihan? I think Raihan's down. Yep. All right. So this is all my energy for the rest of the game. So I very much do not want to... Yeah, we just want to Furious Shurikens here, which still is fine. We take out the Q fonts, go to 2 prizes left. We just have to be careful not to... We have to be careful not to deck out. That's the big thing. The Greninja is a perfect fit in certain kinds of decks. I mean, it is... I mean, 50 damage to 2 things is, like, definitely very strong. They have to Jubilife to get their hands back up. I think at this point, we just want to thin our deck to make sure nothing regrettable happens. We can Ultra Ball away these 2. That's fine. Lysander and Guzma. Lysander and Guzma are the only cards left in my deck. Or like the only supporter cards. So let's just Furious Shurikens. I guess I could Guzma and knock out the Q font with Dracovish. But that seems like risky. That's actually risky. So it's better to do that, I think. Take those knockouts. I just have 1 prize left. So we just have to take 1 knockout, which we should be able to hit, especially with Guzma and Lysander in the deck. Greninja is sick in this deck, dude. It's so good. Greninja is like exactly what this deck needed. It needed 1 more attacker. And the Greninja has been perfect. Because it helps you buy time, too. It's like every attacker in this deck is toxic, right? Like Cryogonal, Greninja, Dracovish. All right, Greninja, you did good, bud. And that is GG's X Factor. Promote Dracovish. And hammer in for 140 damage. That is game. GG's. All right, Jake, you're up. Yeah, Greninja's sick. I know I tried that dude in my early water decks. Back when I had no idea what I was doing. We're going to choose to go second. We'll see what deck Jake is playing. Okay. Interesting. Obviously, the turn 1 item lock is very good, but at the cost of not setting up, probably not, right? So we'll probably have to start Hisui and Basculin. Unfortunately, we mulligan, and it looks like Jake is playing colorless. I know from playing against Trevor that this is just a bad matchup because of Snorlax, but we'll see how it goes. I've got Cryogonal and a Water Energy, and I can take Liza. So let's do that. Shuffle draw 5. And we get Nest Ball. I can get all 3 of my dudes out, so that's pretty good. Let's check our prizes. We got Greninja, we got Inteleon, we got Dracovish, we got Octillery. and my fossil is in the deck. So that all feels good. So let's just do this. We've got this, and then we will gather the crew, and we're going to get those two guys. So all the dudes are accounted for. Now, I don't have a big backup plan going on right now. Jake's got Winona, can set up and go get 3 colorless Pokemon out of the deck. I've got Guzma, so I can target down whatever and start item locking, which is pretty good. Twin Energy isn't great for a lot of these Pokemon, but it does work on Sobble. So we can commit the Twin Energy to Sobble. We see Lugia, it's fine. Porygon, yep, the whole gang's here. Giant Hearth to go get some basic energy. And Lugia is going to start getting powered up. Sure. Top deck Trainer's Mail. Love to see it. And we've got some options. So I think that we probably want to go Trainer's Mail for Dive Ball. Dive Ball. Go get Drizzile, Shady Dealings. Yeah. Go get Evolution Incense for next turn. Twin Energy here. Do that. Guzma, the Bibarel. And it's item lock time. Here we go. Frozen Lock. 10 damage. No items from you. Pidgey's in play. Birdkeeper for the switch. That's not good. Arrow Ball can do 60. 40, excuse me, because of the Lake Acuity. We've got Evolution Incense. So now we're thinking Shady Dealings. Shady Dealings can, let's see, go get me probably Letter, and I think all my balls are gone. No, we got Level Ball. Good. I love it when my balls aren't gone. It's great. Okay, we're going to get these. And then we're going to Level Ball for Octillery. We're going to Letter for a Water. Water here. Muscle Bands. Retreats. Aqua Patch to the Froakie, and Abyssal Hand for 5. We find Ultra Ball and Acrobike N versus Seeker. Versus Seeker can go for Guzma, but I don't want to. So let's Acrobike first. Find Colress, which is like super gnarly, so probably Colress. Unless I find Avery right here, in which case Avery is the play. So let's gear. Don't want it, so we're going to Colress. Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, versus Seeker. We're going to get my boy Frogadier. And we'll Gale Shuriken. And the card I want to Gale Shuriken to is Ditto. And then we're going to Colress for 9. That's pretty sick. We find the rare fossil, which is great. And then we can Aqua Bullets. Pidgeotto only has like 60 hit points, so we're gonna Aqua Bullet for the knockouts, and we'll soften up the Pidgey too, which is good. What's sick is that the Greninja definitely improves our really improves our colorless matchup, because these guys are all so weak, right? That you throw the Greninja up, 50 damage to 2 things. Can really mess with what your opponent's doing. So I like that a lot. And it pairs well with Inteleon and the Frogadier. You got like a lot of options. For sure. I don't like that I discarded my N in the Verseeker. That's not great, but it's fine. We can definitely work with this. Rare Candy into Porygon, that's okay. All the evolved Pokemon are out now, so Dracovish's usefulness is subsiding a little bit, but that's okay. We can put the Splash Energy onto Frogadier, so even if it does get knocked out, I can... even if it does get knocked out, I still got plays. All right, so they do not have the knockout, which is sick because Lake Acuity. I mean, look at we housing out here, bro. Let's go. I can Irida, and we want to go get Greninja, and we want to go get Pod Helmet's fine. Here comes Greninja. The Wash Energy, and then we retreat, put the Pod Helmet on, dude, and then quick ball away the greens. They don't expect us to, well, okay, if he puts the slacking active, then sure. Okay, that all looks good. Air Balloon here, that all looks fine. Furious Shurikens. We're knocking out Ditto and Pidgeotto at the same dang time. Let's go. Greninja taking 2, baby. Feels good. Find Basculin and Ordinary Rod. Those are 2 good finds off the prizes. I like that. Rally Back can only do 120 damage, but it's taking minus 50 right now because of Lake Acuity and the Pod Helmet. So that's fine. We got X Transceiver and Random Receiver. Just think of all the fun Pokemon I'll be able to get. Now we have to decide if I can rod these 2 back in, but I cannot rod the Fossil back in. So we're not going to get that. That's fine. Parallel limits my bench. It's not a problem. Slackoth coming down. Cool. I got my eye on that Slackoth. Greninja. He's on it. Got my eye on you. Slackoth. Yeah, he ain't going. Yeah. Oh, you're Snorlax is priced. You little Snorlax priced. Greninja is insane, bro. Insane. Absolute madness. Let's X Transceiver. Tails, Random Receiver. Booyah! That feels good. We can go. Let's see. Do I just want to gust up the Slackoth and knock it out? Or do I want to keep this Greninja up here? Knocking out the Slackoth is pretty good. Definitely. But also, the Kangaskhan's like not doing anything next turn. So I think I'm good, actually. We're just going to put the energy onto Rare Fossil and Abyssal Hand. We find Marnie, Field Blower. Okay. So we're good to hang here. I like this hand. I don't think there's anything I really need to do. So let's just Furious Shurikens. We're going to put damage onto the Slackoth and onto the Chinchino. Yeah, for sure. Those 2. And then we've got our 3 prizes. It was nuts. Greninja and Inteleon are so nuts together, dude. You're just like perfectly. Yeah, you're sick, bro. You're sick. Sure. Yeah, those guys are phenomenal together. I like the shake and bake duo. Feels good. I'm getting the turn 1 Evo lock this game, though, so... Oh, I guess not. Well, I still could. It's possible. Got Sobble. Oh, that's not the strongest. Well, no, it's fine. I can get turn 2 Octillery. Okay. Got double colorless energy in the hand. This is fine. Take my mulligan. And Jake's got the Snorlax start, which is tough. We've got Heavy Ball. There's Remoraid prized, which is fine. Can bench Remoraid for Octillery next turn. We've got Cryogonal. We've got double colorless energy, which, let's see, where would we want to put that? Probably get rid of the Aqua Patch. Which is fine. And we want to start working towards my Greninja, who's like definitely one of the better attackers in this matchup. Greninja and Inteleon are really good. And then Dracovish, you know, is sick if I get him early, but we don't have the early Dracovish right this second. So I'm thinking that double colorless just goes on to the Sobble and then we pass. And we've got the makings of a decent turn next turn. I can item lock early while I build up my Greninja, and that feels strong. I think I had Hisuian Basculegion prized. I do not have Rare Candy in the deck, but yep, I could see it. Now that I have a second stage too, I didn't have Rare Candy when it was just Inteleon, and then I squeezed in the Greninja, and then I didn't find room for Rare Candy. So that's like the situation that we're in. They've got the dudes all here. Snorlax definitely very scary, as it has 150 hit points, and it does 180 damage. Just an absolute behemoth of a Pokemon in this colorless deck. See Jake going for the Porygon 2. He's already got the double energy on the Snorlax, kind of showing off that it is going to be using Thumping Snore next turn. I did prize my Basculegion, who would be a great quick response to the Snorlax if I could find it, but that's okay. We've got Lake Acuity, which isn't really going to help any, but it needs to get out of my hand for sure. And then Octillery, and I'm okay going with a Muscle Band on Cryogonal. It's only going to get a single use, which kind of stinks. X-Transceiver Tails. No, maybe I need to play the different Froakie so that I can greens. That's actually a huge misplay. I'm now realizing that interaction, but it's fine. So that's tough. It's tough for sure. Do I item lock and just give this guy up, or do I go for the double spin? Yeah, we'd probably just item lock. Yeah, it's not great. We retreat. Frozen lock for 30. Then all he needs is an energy. He can knock out my Cryogonal. Oh, doesn't have it. Doesn't have it. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. No problem. Yup, we're chilling, bro. He ain't got it. Ain't got it like that. We got Lysander. Yeah, that's a good card to have at a moment like this. But Pot Helmet's also nuts, but Lysander is very good. We can just start. Yeah, we can start doing really annoying stuff. Like Gust Up. What does this do? Oh, yeah, that ain't doing nothing. All right, cool. We'll do that. And we are going to Frozen Lock. As much as I'd like to Boo Shake, I can't really afford to Boo Shake. So, got to just Frozen Lock a little. Jake is locked. I got Avery. Yes. Let's go, dude. That's what I'm talking about. We're getting in there now. Let's go. Fantastic. Cryogonal leading the charge right now. Get Ultra Ball away, Greens and Boo Shake. And go get Drizzile. Let's Trainer's Mail. We find Level Ball, which is awesome. So now I can Level Ball for my Frogadier and Gale Shuriken. So 2 damage counters. That would put this up to... We're so close to a knockout, but not quite. Better to just Frozen Lock that twice. So we want to put the damage counter onto the Bidoof. And then we'll attach Twin Energy to... Well, let's Shady Dealings, right? Yeah, that's fine. And then we're going to go get the Fossil. And then I'm going to attach the Twin Energy to my Fossil. And then can Abyssal Hands. Yes, now we're big chillin'. Oh, yeah, dude. We are in the money. Frozen Lock. Got them right where we want them, chat. Whoo-wee! Marnie. Jake finally draws a card. But we've got our whole gang set up now. Feeling real good about this. Giant Hearth, that's fine. Can get Fire Energy, but Jake is still item locked. The Snorlax got 30 damage on it, which means that it's in perfect range for... Yo, check this out. You guys want to see something cool? We can get Greninja and probably just, yeah, Evolution Incense to go get Inteleon. Then I can get anything I want. So here's Greninja. Energy onto Greninja. The Floater onto the Octillery. Evolution Incense for this guy. Shady Dealer. Yeah. Go get Lusamine. We'll get Field Blower and Dive Ball. Yeah, just set the whole board up. Field Blower this. Dive Ball. Go get this. Abyssal Hands. Draw 3. And we can retreat into Greninja and Furious Shuriken these guys to take 2. Feels pretty good. And we'll take our 2 prizes. Definitely feeling strong about this board state right now. I am ready to go. Greninja flips heads here every time. Definitely. Every single time. Not even worried about it in the slightest. We got Lusamine, cool. And then I've got Hammer In, can... Yep, see, told you. Told you. Yeah, I'm going to put down the Basculin and just Juniper. Feels good, man. Here's a Water Energy for Dracovish. Retreat. And Hammer In for the knockout on Snorlax. Now, Jake cannot evolve this Minccino because of my Primal Law ability, which makes it so that... Are you not entertained, chat? Art's thou not entertained? Look at him go. Yeah, let's go, dude. That stack is broken. Yeah, that was some sauce right there. Greninja was the perfect add to this deck. I can't believe how well this card jives with it. I don't know, Jake. Do you want to make excuses for game 1 or do you want to make excuses for game 2? Which one are we doing? Yeah, because neither of them looked very convincing on your end. All right, who's up? Feels rage, man. Yeah, GG's, Jake. GG's. Or Zeno, that's right. GG's, Jake. GG's. It was not GG's. But it was not BG. It was not GG's. It was BG's, man. I love classic BG's. I love salt, bro. For sure. I do. I love salt. All right, Simba, you ready? I don't think I've had a single person Evo soda through my Dracovish today. Simba going in with the fire deck. Dang. The fire. Simba choosing to go second. I need to replace this Froakie stat. Remind me next time. A bold choice. This game is mad easy, he says, bro. This is a bold choice, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off for him. I'm just going to attach energy and pass. You think Simba's got the turn 1 welder knockout? No way, right? There's no way he goes turn 1 welder, double fire. No chance. We're chilling right here. He doesn't even have another basic Pokemon. He about to flare starter to himself. That's what's happening right here. Said this game would be easy, dude. All right, flare starter onto Charmander. Getting the Volcanion set up. We've got Gale Shuriken, which can place... I mean, it almost doesn't matter. And then just... I should have put that Lake Acuity down. That's my bad. All right, bro. Game 2. That's just... that. See, now that was poor variance. All right, no more Frubbles. I'm going to need the bubbler for sure. Yes. The Frubbles guy has got to go. Or I'm going second this time. The Frubbles guy is not optimal. This fine hand will end. We're chilling. Playing against Simba's fire deck with my speedy Dracovish deck. This matchup should be like 100-0. But Simba says that it's an easy matchup for him, so I'm curious to see what kind of tricks Simba's got up his sleeve. Trekking shoes? Do I want a water energy? You know what? I'll take the water energy, because then I can attach that to Remoraid instead of the splash energy. We can save the splash energy for, later. And then we're extremely close to getting the turn 1 Evo lock, but we don't quite have it. So that's fine. Let's just dive ball. And we go get Sobble. And we go get Froakie. Oh, you can't get 2 with that. No, we're getting the Basculin. That's right. And then we get 2. See, I was just one step ahead. All right, here we go. Retreat, Basculin, gather the boys. Get me these 2. And then we want to make sure that our Fossil's in the deck. It is. Beautiful. Okay, we're chilling. Next turn, I can Green's Exploration for maybe my Professor's Letter and my Fossil. I don't know. Professor's Letter, Fossil. And then I can get the Dracovish into the active spots. Something like that. And then I've got... Yeah, Greens is so good. I love this card in Gym Leader Challenge. It's so good. Even if you can only use it early, it's so powerful early on, though. We'll see. He gets to stack his deck with Magcargo. He's got the Magcargo in play now. I'm convinced I can win this entire game just with Greninja. All these dudes are weak to water, so... Greninja... Yeah. Greninja got this game under control, man. I know Rare Candy would be good in the list, but I don't know where it would go, man. It's tough to find a room. I've already got all the spice in here. All right, Magcargo, stack a card. Cool. So we've got Green's Exploration. Let's Green's Exploration. Okay. What are we thinking here? There's a lot of different routes I can go with this. A lot of different routes. I could just set up my whole board, which I kind of like. Just go get Drizzile. Go get Octillery. Go get... Yeah. Like, that kind of seems busted, honestly. Like, just go get both of these. Right? And then Level Ball can go get Drizzile. Drizzile can Shady Dealings and go get Ultra Ball. I mean, then we're just setting up our entire board, which is pretty bananas. So we like that. And then Evolution Incense can go get, this guy. And we can Gale Shuriken, place 2 damage counters over there. Then we can Ultra Ball away the Random Receiver and the Tate and Liza. Do I actually want a Boo Shake? No. Ultra Ball away those. Unless I draw into my Fossil off of this. right? So we're probably just going the old-fashioned way for the fossil. We'll just get it off of Inteleon or something. We get Hisuian Heavy Ball, which nets me nothing. Inteleon's prized and Basculegion's prized. All right, it's good to know. And then I didn't get any energy drops, which is kind of cringe. But I can gather the crew and go get Cryogonal. And then we're kind of set up. And by kind of, I mean, yeah, we're totally set up. Good to go. Got one basic water in the discard pile, so I can Aqua Patch if I'd like to. Next turn, Frozen Lock is definitely an option. We like that. Greninja's here and ready to go for next turn also. All right, Training Court. Nice. Get me the water energy back. What's funny is if I Muscle Band this Cryogonal, it can knock out the Cast Form. Oh, gonna bring up my Frogadier. It's mean. It's fine. Like I said, Muscle Band, Frozen Lock, he's done, bro. We got Tate and Liza, probably to shuffle draw 5. Simba doesn't have much of a board state right now, so yeah, we're looking at Tate and Liza to shuffle draw 5. We've got Acrobike. Huh. For Lusamine. Or Floatstone. Let's take the Lusamine. Can't really draw any cards right now, huh? That's fine. A little bit stuck, but it's okay. Let's attach this energy here. Abyssal Hand. And we have to retreat and gather the crew. That's fine. No worries. We're okay. I should not have taken that turn to evolve Drizzile last turn. That's definitely something we should not have done. If I can get with the greens, that was a misplay from me. But it's fine. We've got Simba right where we want him right now. He just needs to not set up any other Pokemon for sure. That would be super turbo cringe. You know what? You can have my Drizzile. Because all I need, bro, all I need is Muscle Band water energy. Just give me a water energy and I'm in here. I just need a water off the top so I can Irida. It's got the research. Sheesh. This is not good. This is not good. I really need Basculegion. I needed Inteleon. Man, I'm having a bad time. It's fine, though. It's fine. This is all fine. Fine. I'm going to go to 4. That's okay. I can do this. Need to get the Frogadier back into the deck. Yep. Need to get the Frogadier back into the deck for sure. All right. Magma Basin, that's not good. Oh, thank God. Okay, there's no energy in the discard pile right now, but Entei is still looking mighty scary. 170 damage, discard the stadium. Yeah, I'm having a bad time for sure. But we could still do this. Galadian. Oh my lord. I know I've got Basculegion prized. There is literally no water Pokemon in my deck that I can get with Irida, which will help. And my rod is prized. This is a travesty. Okay. So I have to get the rod. We have to rod and do both. I'm not losing this game. I'm not winning this game without Greninja. That's just like facts. So then I have to retreat into Basculin and gather the crew and go get Froakie back. Okay. Everything's okay, guys. Everything is just fine. Totally cool, man. Totally cool. So my deck decides to fall apart on me when we're playing against the fire deck. That's fine. No problem. There's only so many stadiums in that deck. This guy is going to be out of commission shortly. This is going to be the most insane comeback in the history of Pokemon cards. That's what we got coming up. Right here. I had to Gladian for like half those. I needed Peonia this game. The game plan is going to be to get Greninja set up. And then Greninja's going to flip a bazillion heads. Alright, so yeah, he gets to stack his deck and then research. Holy smokes, this is bad. This is real bad. Yeah, I'm getting got for sure right now. I'm just getting absolute. But this is like karma, definitely. Fury Belt on the Entei. It's not good. It's not good. Okay. My hand is 4 supporter cards that I cannot play. I know I misplayed this game, though. I probably could have kept it from unraveling had I just not gone for the Drizzile that one turn with the greens. All right, now they really need to be like pretty close to being out of stadium cards. They got 3 stadiums in the discard pile. That's a lot. Holy moly, we got the water energy. Okay. Erida. I'm not even sure if I want to take the knockout. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think I do. I think I just want to item lock because this thing like can't attack. It's fine. I don't need because then I just invite up the Entei and Entei can do more damage. So like I really don't want to do that. So I feel like go for these. I also have like just pitiful. Yeah, N is good. All right, so let's go there. Okay, that's fine. So we go here, and I get to place 2 damage counters. Those 2 damage counters will be fine. Over here. And then, do I actually want to item? Yeah, I'll item lock. That's fine. Frozen lock, sure. Gonna at least limit their options a little bit. And then this is fine. This is just fine. Guzma's in the discard pile. Verse Seeker's in the discard pile. Fine. And then We can disrupt the hand next turn, start building up the Greninja, hopefully. Get this god-awful hand out of here. And then we got to just shake and bake with the Greninja. Is that too much to ask? No, it's not too much to ask. That's fine. They got smooth over, but can they draw into the card that they stacked? Even though they're item locked, you know, what are the options for them next turn? Are they just going to retreat into Growlithe and warm up? Oh, they have Boss. Okay. And are trying to stall. That is not going to work, kind sir. So I am going to scoop up net my Octillery. And now I know that they're, well, all right, they have Boss and Guzma in the discard. Yeah, okay. So we're going here. Oh, I top deck Guzma. I could have just Guzman. That's fine. That's, you know what? It's fine. All right, here we go. I'm going to bring up the Entei. Frozen Lock. That's fine. Yeah, top deck. I thought I was like locked into the hand that I had previously. It was like, yeah, I'm going to scoop up net Boss. No, I just had the Guzma. I could have just played that, save the scoop up net, but it's fine. Then we save the Guzma in hand for later. So now all the Gus cards are gone. Guzma, okay. Boss, Versus Seeker, they're all down, which is perfect. They got Marnie, annoying, but yeah, especially since I've got Octillery right here. This is not a good hand. Holy smokes. Now I'm getting so punished just for... I needed to just Guzma and keep the Octillery in play. This is infuriating. Holy smokes. I really needed to not do that. Dracovish. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Is this if you have a... Oh, yeah, I definitely don't want to put a Stadium in play. That would be a terrible choice. I have no basics left in this deck to get. Come on, man. I'm so sick. I am playing like an absolute ape right now. Okay. That's fine. I needed to just Guzma, not scoop up net I like walked into just the right thing. If I top deck a supporter, I can draw out of this. I can't believe that I sacked my own Octillery. That is terrible. Blacksmith for 1. Maybe I should have put Paw Helmet on the Cryogonal so that it can't get flared. Keep it around for an extra turn. And just top deck a nice Research. How about that? Rally back. Okay. Colress will do. Thank you. Let's... I don't want to put the Lake Acuity out. I want the Pod Helmet to go into the Frogadier. And... I don't think I want to put the Lake Acuity out at all for the rest of the game, actually. So let's just do that. Thin it. Colress. Come on. All right. We at least got him up. And I can Frozen Lock for some extra damage, which is pretty good. So let's do that. Yeah, get that thing to 100, which is pretty good. And then I've got Gear and X Transceiver, so next turn we could potentially make some moves. There is the Arcanine, which is mighty sus, but it's okay. Heatmore is in play now. Definitely doesn't feel great. Arcanine can make its move. Grand Flame, finish this off. And power up probably the Heatmore, right? And then evolve into Charizard. Then you can try to go. Okay, I see. This is fine, though. Got plays. Grand Flame for the KO. And charge up Heatmore. Cool. Greninja, it's all on you, buddy. I need the 6-6-0 comeback story. We've got Juniper. X-Transceiver. Nope. I'm afraid that... Yeah, let's just Juniper. I'm afraid that things are looking a little rough right now. Let's go Splash Energy here. And what do we want to hit with Furious Shurikens? We can knock out the Cast Form and Entei to take 2, but I need to hit the Arcanine also. So we're going to hit the Arcanine. The Cast Form, I don't plan on allowing to do anything. So we probably want to Furious Shurikens and hit the Arcanine, and the Magcargo seems fine. We'll do that. And then I do need my Greninja to hang on tight, unless you just got Hex, in which case, then, alright, you got it, dude. Yeah, come on, man. Ain't no way I'm losing to the Fire deck twice, bro. Come on, Greninja. Come on, Greninja. Come on. Ain't no way I'm losing to this deck twice, bro. Come on. Oh, the Charizard is online. This is not good. I'm going to need a heads out of you, Greninja. Definitely. Got to be a heads. Guaranteed to be a heads. Could never imagine flipping tails here. It's double heads back to back with this Greninja. Easiest heads flip of my life. And it's going to knock itself out. Oh, sick. Yeah, I just went for the Grand Flame. All right, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we brushed that one off. That's cool. That's cool. Okay, so we got Versus Seeker. That means I can end. Great. So it's sweaty comeback time. Let's Field Blower away these. Let's Aqua Patch here. Attach there. Letter. Fail it. Versus Seeker for... Oh, I don't have a lot of... I'm going to deck out! How... I'm making the comeback too, bro. I need Rod. Where's my Rod, bro? Where's my Rod? I know the Rod is prized. I just need to play the Rod. No, Rod's right here. Last card in deck is Marnie. It might be, bro. This is so sad. All right, Simba, you just signed up for one more game, dude. I don't. Yeah, it's cool, man. You just. Yeah, no. You just signed up for. You signed up for game 3. No way, bro. All right. That was poor variance, man. Just poor variance all around. This matchup's 100-0. I'm willing to admit maybe it's 98-2. All right, the matchup, it's like a 98-2 matchup. We win this one 98% of the time. All right, we are going second against Simba's Fire deck. We've got a little bit of a suspect opening hand, but that's okay. Level Ball can go get us. What do we want? Sobble, probably. Yeah, seems like the best out for us. And then we can go splash energy onto the Cryogonal and just start item locking, which is fine. And then eventually we'll draw into Drizzile, and then thank you, LaFarva, for that Prime sub in the 14 months. Game 1 and Game 2, insanely poor variance. Yeah, the client's not working, man, you know. That's not how this deck works. Oh, no. It's the client. You know, the programming. Faulty programming, man. Who coded this thing anyways? Yeah. Yeah, who coded this thing? What the? Man, should have gone for Remoraid. What the heck, dude? Energy here. Frozen Lock, that's fine. Thankfully, I do have the wash energy on the Cryogonal, so if it does get knocked out, it comes back. That's cool. Yeah, little Simba really just got away with it over there. Got away with the most. Welder onto Volcanion. We got Gladion. What do we got over here? Not a lot. That's cool. Avery's nice. I'll take Avery. I go with Avery. Okay. And Frozen Lock. Avery is a good card. Item Lock also is just very nice. My opponent probably can't play like half their hand right now. Maybe more. And this Slugma's about to go down. Got another energy on Castform. Gotta look out for that fella. Marnie. Gotta be kidding me, bro. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't even want that Avery for real. Okay. There's Remoraid. Excellent. I guess I want to increase my odds that I could get that Avery by reordering my deck and then random receiver. Find Raihan, not the one that you want. That's fine. Frozen Lock. Take the knockout. Find a water, sure. And then we do have Raihan. Got to deal with the fact that I'm getting my Cryogonal knocked out by Volcanion, but at least I can Raihan and start to get my dudes going. Seems pretty good. And the Cryogonal's coming back, so that's nice. Promote Sobble. And we find Inteleon, which is neat. I can retreat into Cryogonal. And Raihan to the Sobble and go get who do we want to? A Frozen Lock, the Volcanion. I need to get Drizzile. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. Okay. Evolve into Drizzile. Yeah. And then we can get probably thin the Nest Ball out of the deck. That or I could start. Yeah, thin the Nest Ball out of the deck. Nest Ball. Go get Froakie. Attach. Frozen Lock. Good. And then we've got some gamer plays for next turn. We're chilling. We've got Frogadier coming up. Inteleon, Shady Dealings coming up, which is great. They can't play their items. They ball guy basically for nothing, right? Because, yeah, none of that is getting involved right now. But I do know that they have all those in their hand, so I probably want to disrupt the hand this turn if I can. Top deck Irida is pretty good, though. We can Gale Shuriken, and I feel like the best place to put that damage counter is there. And then we want to do that, and we want to Shady Dealings, and we want to get Marnie and Evolution Incense. Evolution Incense, go get Octillery, and then Marnie, right? Put that whole hand on the bottom of the deck. We find Pot Helmets, which is quite good. And Muscle Band, which is also quite good, but I don't want to fall victim to Field Blower. So we're just going to Aqua Bullets and then take the knockout 20 on Charmander. Take our prize. And we're saying next turn, Ultra Ball, Greninja. Oh, I could have. No, I didn't want to discard any of those cards. Ultra Ball, Greninja, and then I can take double knockout on Charmander in cast form. We're hoping that by putting all of the ball cards on the bottom of the deck, that maybe they will miss some evolutions this turn naturally, and that then I can pick off the little guys with Greninja before they can evolve all the way up. There's Ho-Oh, and I think Research is probably coming in. Inteleon with the Pot Helmet's kind of huge. Has 190 hit points effectively. So it's going to be very tough to knock out. Charmeleon is found, which is annoying, but that's fine. I can Guzma and knock it out next turn. Be really good if I can find a water energy. because then I could Guzma knock it out with Frogadier and finish off the cast form at the same time, which would be pretty busted. But we'll see how that goes. We've got Ultra Ball. We can Ultra Ball to get our... Oh, we got Training Court is in play. But I'm assuming that they're going to high pressure blast the Training Court out of play. Yeah. So, Escape Rope, that's a pain, yeah, for sure. Have to send up Octillery and Rally Back will finish it off. But that's okay because I get to keep the Training Court, right? So... yeah, that's fine. Now we get to make the play we want to make, which is Ultra Ball away these. Go get Greninja. Training Court for the water. Greninja Energy. Guzma up Charmeleon. And Fury Shuriken for the double knockout on those guys. Take those two fellas out, and then we'll take our two prizes. We got Galadian and Lake Acuity, which is pretty good. And I mean, Inteleon and Greninja are going to be pretty tough for this fire deck to take out. They are two handsome fellas. They're the only two fellas I got. That's fine. So Lazel's in play. We've got another Guzma if we want it. Which is good. And Furious Shurikens with a Muscle Band. Could hit for 140 against a Water Weak Pokemon. Which is super good. And then leave me in a situation where all I need to do is just clean up with Aqua Bullets for game. So Simba's got Versus Seeker. What's it going to be? Marnie? Research? Yeah, Marnie. Okay. It's fine. Magma Basin can charge up, Arcanine a little bit more. But I've only got two prizes left, and I don't think that there's any way... yeah, the Field Blower, that's why I didn't put the Muscle Band down. I don't think that there's any way for Simba to knock out this Greninja this turn. 10 damage or 20 damage short on Rally Back. Would need to be Muscle Band, Rally Back. Yeah, that's like Muscle Band, Rally Back, and I Flip a Tails is like the route, right? So we're getting Marnied. We find Greens, Trainer's Mail, and N, as well as Aqua Patch. If I can set up my Basculegion, then we've kind of just got checkmates. Because Basculegion can one-hit KO any of these guys, except for Ho-Oh's not weak to water. Rally Back, Tails. Huh! All right, Greninja, that's a couple of tails in a row, buddy. I don't know about that. Trainer's Mail. We got our Fossil. And we got Lysander. Ending myself to 2 seems kind of cringe. Okay, so the play is to do this. Okay. This is the play. So we retreat. Aqua Patch. Field Blower. I could Ennis. Doesn't really. Lysander. No. We just keep it. Hold. Okay. Aqua Bullets. 20 to the Arcanine. Now the Arcanine is squishy enough that I should be able to finish it off with either Greninja or Inteleon. So that's the game plan, right? Retreat, take the knockouts. Yeah, set it up so that we can finish off the Arcanine with either Pokemon. And we have checkmates unless they have like a big charm or something. All right, GG, Simba. Okay. Okay. All right, fine. Best of 5, fine. All right, I won that one. Let's go. Best of 5. I'll let you guys predict on the epic best of 5. I love a salty run back, bro. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Broken deck, dude. Honestly, I could play this deck all day. I'm having such a blast with this. I could easily play this deck all day. I'm loving it. It's so much fun. I'm going to get the Dracovish out again, too. You wait. You wait. I'm getting that Dracovish. Let's check the deck real quick. We've got Remoraid, Octillery, Cryogonal, Froakie, Frogadier, Greninja. Drizzile is in my hand. Dracovish, Basculegion is there. And is the Fossil in the deck? Yes, it is. All right. So then we trek. Do I want the Quick Ball? Yeah, I do. Yeah. And then let's Quick Ball away a Water Energy. Go get Sobble, Aqua Patch, Trainer's Mail, Field Blower, Avery. Take Avery. Okay, attach again. Pass. It's pretty good. Next turn. Maybe I should have. No, I can't greens. After I was like, oh, I can shady dealings for the greens. No, I can't. What? Oh yeah, bro, this game's over. Go ahead, warm up. Ah, dang it. I was like, just shady dealings for the muscle band. That's it. Okay, so now we've got options. Simba not having a great start. We can go. We just continue setting up. I can knock this Growlithe out, though, which we want to do. So we have to Irida for the Muscle Band. Nope, Muscle Band's pressed. Okay, so it's not happening, which is fine. So we just continue setting up. So we probably just want to item lock this turn. So we're going to get letters prized as well. Okay. Unless I played it. I played it. Okay. So letters not an option. So I can't get an extra energy right now. So the play is probably to retreat into Basculin and just continue setting up. So we're going to get Air Balloon, And Basculin can go get 2 Pokemon. Remoraid, Froakie. Can get Remoraid and Froakie. So let's just go get the rare fossil, and let's go get Inteleon for next turn, and I can just retreat into the Basculin and do that. That's fine. Cool. All right, we're doing that. Rare fossil. There. Shady Dealer. Air balloon. Oh. We can get the boost shape. I just do it, man. Yeah, let's just do it, bro. I'm doing it. I forgot about this. Let's just retreat. Boost. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not trying to have this guy coming into play, so we'll just get the Dracovish out. And then I'm telling you guys, the Boost Shake's like the coolest card in the deck. People are mad haters on the Boost Shake for sure. So we've got Evo Incense, we've got our own end, we've got Splash Energy. They can Soda 1 Pokemon, you know? But they can't. They're stuck just doing that one, so that's okay. We got the fish out now. Now the game's starting to come together. Okay, we can get Inteleon. With Inteleon, we can go get basic Pokemon. We want, yes, these guys. We want to Dive Ball for our Froakie and Level Ball for our Remoraid. We've got a beautiful board state now. And I could end. I don't really want to end. I'm just going to pass. I am a little bit worried that they could just retreat into cast form and bot me. That's fine, though. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. If that happens, it's okay. Keep calm. The fossil will return to my hand, yes, if they do that, so that's okay. I could just put the fossil back down. They also would have to retreat both these energy off of Growlithe in order to do that, and sack a stadium, so if they do that, they do that. Instead, they're going to boss something so that they can evolve. That makes sense, and they can Grand Flame. So this is sick, though, because we could just go Dracovish and potentially take the knockout. We'll see what we find. We've got the Octillery. Field Blower's not being played yet. Just going to be an N. We do find Water Energy and Basculegion. I do like sending up Basculegion. Really no sense in putting my Inteleon in harm's way. This is just a good knockout for Basculegion to take. We'll Ordinary Rod, do both. Send back in Froakie, send back in Water Energy, attach the water to Basculegion, Lake Acuity. I don't know why I'm giving them a stadium. I really ought not to have done that. It's fine. Oh, yeah, I should just do this. Yeah, Field Blower away the Lake Acuity. Yeah, that's great. Okay, cool. And then Abyssal Hand for 5. And we can retreat and go Grudge Dive for the knockouts. 240 damage with the weakness. We find Raihan, which is a good card to have. So, feeling strong about this start. I've got a very commanding board state, and we are tied 5-5 prizes. Dracovish has got the twin energy, so we can potentially do that next turn, which feels really good. Maybe this is a rare candy Charizard play, which is a little bit scary. Yeah, Raihan for sure. It's happening. But I don't plan on letting that be a thing. So, yeah, I'm going to have to get that Charizard right on out of here. That will not do. Here's Entei, can rally back, knock out my Basculegion. They save their cast form in the back, which is really smart. Now, I definitely want to... Yeah, this Charizard's just going to go for sure. We got it in hand. Let's do it, right? So, attached to Inteleon, Lysander up the Charizard, Floater on... Let's scoop up Net, the Cryogonal, put it back down. My tool cards, neither of them have been played, so we want the Floater to be on the Cryogonal because the other two could wear a much better tool card. And then we're going to Abyssal Hand. Okay. Retreats, and we'll Aqua Bullet and do 20 damage to the... Entei probably is who we're looking at. Heatmore is fine. Okay. Gotta get that Charizard out of there. 4 prizes. There's my Muscle Band. I do really want to find my Froakie again so that I can start evolving into Greninja. But that is eluding me right now. We are not having the best time finding that Froakie again. But that's okay. It feels really refreshing. I'll have to say, it feels really refreshing to play a water deck that doesn't play like Frostmoth or Blastoise. It feels really fun because you still have everything you need for a really good deck, even without those cards, which is so nuts. It's so nuts to me that you can play water without... I mean, because like Inteleon's so good, right? Greninja's good. Cryogonal's good. You got like a lot of really good Pokemon that just don't need that much energy acceleration. You're just probably not playing like Wailord. You're not playing Lapras. Those guys that need like 4 energy. You're not playing those guys. Wow, they got the Fury Belts and the Training Courts, so that's going to be a knockout on my poor Inteleon. And the Field Blower, which is why, you don't play those things until you're ready. High Pressure Blast, just barely taking the knockouts. That's tough. I can go up with Dracovish, though, and we're going to make it so that my opponents cannot evolve. So I want that. And then I'm thinking that we go Raihan onto Cryogonal and just go get the Froakie. Because it's like that important, right? It's that important that we set this dude up. So we're just going to force it and then hammer in for the knockouts. And with the Dracovish active, they shouldn't be able to evolve into Magcargo. And I mean, you got to give it to Simba. Simba going toe-to-toe here, even though I've had a really strong game so far. I'm good, Zeely, but thank you. I've had a really strong game so far, but Simba's still going toe-to-toe out here. But that might be coming to a finish now that Entei cannot knock out Dracovish with a rally back. It's not really possible. So we're good there. And then I'm going to start getting that Greninja set up also, which is going to be, I think, tough for Simba to deal with. They've got Rescue Stretcher, so they can put some Pokemon back into the deck. Taking out the Charizard was also huge for me, as the Charizard's one of the biggest hitters in the deck, capable of doing 170 damage. All right, these guys going back in. Entei just short. Stuck at 120. Has to Gloria. to go get more basic Pokemon into play. The Dracovish is so cool, man. He is so cool. I love this thing. How fun is that? All right, the gang's all here. 150 hit points, too. He's huge. 150 HP is part of what makes this card playable because it is difficult to knock out, so it can stop evolutions for multiple turns. Right? I mean, if it had 120 hit points, then it'd be done right here and effectively not doing anything. But the fact that it can survive the hits. All right, rally back, 120. Setting up the Ho-Oh. We got Versus Seeker off of the top. So, we need to attach an energy this turn. That would be big. My Rod is down. 2 energy in my discard pile. Marnie seems like a good play. Let's do this. And we need to put damage onto Ho-Oh. Muscle Band, the Frogadier. We got Marnie, Raihan. Raihan's like also just a good card to keep. I don't necessarily want to Marnie this hand. I could just keep the Raihan. So let's... What do I got in my prizes? What do I got in my prizes, man? Lost City. Acrobike. I get rid of that Magma Basin. That's cool. Let's get Lost City. Okay. Lost City. Ultra Ball. And get my Greninja. That's fine. Abyssal Hand for a few. We get the energy attachment here, which is what I wanted. And then we can hammer in for the knockout, send the Entei to the Lost Zone, take our prize, and we should be cool. Should be. Countering the Stadium there is very good. Limiting their options as far as accelerating energy goes. 50 damage to the Dracovish will knock it out. If my opponent finds a fire energy, they could Sacred Fire, take that KO, and finally allow themselves to evolve again. But I've only got 2 prizes left to take. The Dracovish does come to my hand because of the splash energy, so I like that. And we can send up Frogadier. Yes, who's got a job to do. So, Nest Ball, nothing. Rare Fossil down. Greninja. I desperately need to find an energy, so we're just playing Colress for a lot, because we just need that water right there. Okay, cool. So we find the water energy. 6 cards left in deck. And we Furious Shuriken to the Ho-Oh and the Heatmore. And that's why I set up the Heatmore earlier with 20, because I knew that 2 attacks, right, should be game. All Greninja has to do is attack twice. And I should, over the course of 2 turns, be able to take both of those knockouts with the Muscle Bands. Uh-oh. 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 This is not good, bro. The Muscle Banded Ho-Oh. Greninja, I'm going to need a heads, brother. You have got to flip a heads, my man. No chance, bro. No chance. No, no. Heads. No! 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 Oh, no! Bro, this is so sick. No! This is twisted, man. This is so sick and twisted, bro. This is sick. All right. So we've got this. Oh, this is so I'm ill right now. Okay. What can I do? Can I do any? I can't believe that. Oh my God. All right. X transceiver. Is there anything I can do? I've got double colorless left in my deck, but literally no energy. I don't think that there's any way I can win this game. They've only got one prize left to take. Okay. It's not good. I can't believe that, bro. I'm so sick. Okay. I'm ill, man. I'm so ill right now. I have to leucamine. Lake Acuity. And N. Okay. Lake Acuity. Pot Helmet. Frozen Lock. That's just what I have to do. And I'm taking minus 50 right now. But that doesn't matter. Wait, doesn't matter? 140. If they have a fire energy, I lose. I need them to not find a fire energy. I can't Raihan because they have one prize left. Okay. 2 prizes left. They can stack a card on top of their deck. This is not good. I don't have any energy left. This Ho-Oh is proving to be problematic. So they stack a fire energy on top of their deck and can Sacred Fire. Okay. So then... yeah, they got like 13 cards left in the deck, man. I'm going to deck out. I'm out of energy. Oh, man. I can end to 1. Yeah, that's kind of what I have to. But then it's not enough time. They can still just stack the fire next turn. Oh, well. Maybe they're out of energy. I don't have an N. I'm checking my discard pile, and I went to check my discard pile. That's sick. It's in my deck. That's right, I leucamine for it. I can't believe this. I can't Raihan, man. I cannot Raihan. Huh. And research into the fire. Oh. No, it's so sad, bro. How did this one slip away from? How in the world did that one slip away? I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about that for a long time. Simba, I think that, karma finally came back to me for that lightning versus fire set that we had. It finally came back to bite me for sure. I really needed that Greninja heads. Oh, man. No, it's not game 5. I've lost 3. bro. I lost 3 of 4. I lost 3 of 4. I'm so sick. Greninja did peak. Greninja's flipped like 4 tails in a row now. Like 4 or 5 tails in a row now. Yeah. Unfortunate. This was still a very fun deck. We had a lot of really good games today, so I'm stoked on it. I think this is a very fun new way to play water. The Dracovish is super good. All right, Zeno. All right. I'll let you have your day. That's fine. I'll let you have it. Yeah, next time, okay? This deck was fun though. It's got a lot of cool things going on that you can do. Definitely was neat. There's a lot of different things you could do. There's only 12 Pokemon. You know, you're basically working with Inteleon, Greninja, Dracovish, and Basculegion. Those are like your 4 guys. But dang, Zeno, you're gonna have to watch it. You're gonna have to watch it, bro. All right, that's it for the stream. You guys all have fun. Have a busted weekend. I'll be back on Monday, all right? Deck list will be in the Discord. Make sure to check out FullGripGames.com for all the best Pokemon trading card games, singles, and sealed products. Supporting the shop at Full Grip Games directly supports the content that I create here on Tricky Gym. Also, if you're looking for all the best Pokemon trading card game online codes, make sure to check out FullGripCodes.com. Also, Tricky Gym hoodies available for a limited time, available on TrickyGym.com. These beautiful gray hoodies right here. Thank you so much to everybody who's already picked one up. It really helps to support the channel. Thank you guys. And that's it for the stream. I'm out of here. I'm going to ride off into the sunset and contemplate how my water deck lost to the fire deck.